Right, session 2 of the Rise of Tiamat. At the start of the last session, you found yourselves astonished to discover you had survived the crash of Skyreach Castle into the mountain range. You awoke inside the throne room, which was remarkably undamaged. Somewhere in a cold glacial wilderness. As you were getting fires lit and searching the area, you were interrupted by a crow, which bore a message from Leosin Erlanthar and a teleportation scroll, which allowed you to travel back to Waterdeep, where you had been summoned to attend the first Council of Waterdeep. Things had stepped up, the cult activities had got busier in your time in the marshlands. And the leaders of the Sword Coast had decided that something needed to be done, and so the first council was called at the behest of Remalia Haventree after her husband was murdered by a member of the cult. In Waterdeep, you were attacked by a Medusa who had been hired apparently by a vampire called Thibbledorf who wanted his helmet back. The Gutbuster helm was worn by Ragnar. You went shopping, met a rather strange dwarf woman, bought a lovely axe, managed to upset an elf in a jeweller's, bumped into a journalist who proceeded to write a hatchet job on Ignatius, and met up with Brett Cockcroft, who identified some magic items for you. And then at the Council of Waterdeep, you were rewarded with a writ of investigation, a stronghold of your own, and several leads to help in the fight against the Cult of the Dragon. And so it is that you awaken on your second morning in Ulverstar Manor, and as you do so, you find yourselves the recipients of two messages. The first is received by Mered as he wakes up in his bed. He sits up, and hovering just above him, just over the bed sheets, is a small snake with rapidly fluttering wings like a dragonfly, just staring at you.
Who are you?
It speaks to you
Focus.
in a familiar voice. You rub your eyes, not sure if you're still dreaming or not. I hear you're back. I've got a job for you. Meet me at the yawning portal. Bring your friends if you like. It's the voice of Jamna Gleamsilver, the Zhentarim agent.
Oh, right. Okay.
The serpent then whizzes around the bedroom and flutters out of the window.
I'll shout after it. Couldn't you have sent a letter instead?
The second package arrives when you're all down having breakfast, which has been prepared by Dorica. Thamash, your half-elf, half-orc guard, wanders in with a box. He looks round, spots you at one of the tables in the dining room, and walks over and plonks it down. Mr. Ignatius, this arrived for you.
Thank you. We'll have a look.
Seems to be a plain cardboard box.
Open it up.
As you open it up, you look down into the eyes of the disembodied head of Reynard.
Oh.
Stapled to his forehead is a parchment.
From my dear sister, no doubt. Unravel it and look at it.
It says, you killed my son. Here is your reward. You promised to give me Resmir's mask. Return it, or I will do what I did to Reynard, but to all of your friends. Your loving sister.
I can see we're going to have a cull for Christmas this year.
Thamash is looking over your shoulder. You got a weird family, Ignatius.
Unfortunately, I do. I'll have to repay her the favour. Thank you very much, Nash. Much appreciated. Oh, I hand in the box. Bury this somewhere, will you, please?
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, good man.
Poor Reynard.
Shame. I should take his life out of her. We'll have a pound of flesh.
So, what are we doing today then?
Flying out on griffins, aren't we? Or is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Track.
But if we're all at a loose end, there's a friend of mine, you've met her, we've all met her. She's got a little job for us. Make a bit of money on the meantime.
Your
You know
girlfriend.
what the job is?
Not yet. She said go and meet her and find out the details.
Wouldn't hurt to find out, I guess.
No.
It may.
Or it might hurt not to find out. You never know with what's going on around here at the moment. Some spooky stuff. Maybe she's got some information.
No, I'm happy.
Time.
What's going on?
What's Ragnar think?
He's not saying a word. He's too busy plotting the demise of your sister. Not now.
Let me know if you need a hand with that.
We must avenge
Ragnar
Reynard.
walks up to the table and stands to attention. Excuse me, gentlemen. Is there anything you'd be needing me to do today?
Rajal,
Plans?
could you try and find an investigator for me?
He looks slightly confused. An investigator, sir? Oh, you can try.
Somebody who can go through the library. I need someone to look into a name for me.
I'll ask around, see if I can find somebody for you.
Okay, please do.
It may need some monetary encouragement. If you
Oh, we can do that. Yeah, we can. I'm prepared to pay. It's
You
important.
mean now?
Oh, now, okay. How much do you think you need?
5 gold should cover it, I would imagine, sir.
Okay, here you go.
Okay, take off the 5 gold. I'll wander out in an hour or so and see if I can find someone to help.
Thank you. 5 gold. Okay. Gonna try and get someone to investigate the name Hazaran.
Here you go, Rajal.
Yes, Mr. Ignatius?
I wonder if you could do me a favour. Here's another 5 gold. I wonder if you can send a bunch of flowers and some chocolates to the editor at the Waterdeep News, please.
Yes, of course I can, sir. Would there be any message to go with them?
Yes, of course. Wishing you a wonderful day, the gracious Ignatius.
Oh yeah. Sorry. No,
Yeah,
come here.
can you make an insight check?
Of course. Insight. There we go.
Okay, he seems to be hiding a slight smirk. I'll see to it right away, sir.
I know he made fun of me, but one must remain aloof from such shenanigans. I wanted to show there's no hard feelings. Thank you very much for your time, Roger.
Exactly so.
Right, Merritt, why are we two?
Taking the money off.
Yeah, she said we're all going to meet us at this place. I think it was something like the Howling Moon. I can't remember. There was a snake and it came and flew, and I've completely forgotten what it was about 5 seconds after you said it.
Isn't that a portal?
Talk about failing at the first hurdle.
I completely forgot. My brain just went, fuck.
Yawning portal, wasn't it?
That was it.
What time did you start drinking today, Dave?
Lucky I was listening.
I haven't at all. Yawning portal. I'm just waiting to wake up. Yawn. Yeah, the yawning portal, which is, my memory serves me correctly, it's a, what is it, Mr. DM?
It's
Do you
a
recognise
famous tavern that holds one of the entrances to the Undermountain.
Oh, you'll like that.
Oh, is that
You've been there before.
yeah, before? Yeah.
Yeah. Whereabouts in the old town of Waterdeep? Is it what
Got the
ward?
dungeon, isn't it, in the basement?
North.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. You can bet on people, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows more about my hometown than me. It's
And you're a diligent note taker.
It's on Rainrun Street in the Castle Ward.
Yeah,
That's where you had the quiet council with Leosin before you set out, following.
Yeah,
the road from
yes.
Waterdeep.
Oh yeah, great. Yeah, but aren't you waiting here for your librarian or whatever?
No, I can. Rachel can arrange for that person to come in the evening.
Okay. After breakfast then?
Yeah.
Wash up, brush up.
I'll say, Rachel, we need the name that you need the person to research is Hazaran. And I'll write it down for him.
Okay. Okay, he nods at you.
Great. Thank you.
Oh dear. Oh, Rachel, there isn't this place doesn't hold any musty tomes or library or anything itself, does it?
There was a library in the Wizard's Tower, my lord, but all the books have been taken by the Ilverstar family.
Ah, that's a shame. That's a shame. Thank you. Pancakes are delicious, tell Dorica.
Oh,
Lovely.
you're welcome.
Lovely.
Shall we make a move?
Hang on.
I suppose we should get about it.
Couple more pancakes. You never know
You'll
when...
be putting on some weight, Master Merid.
Yes, Mum. Right, okay, yeah, just grab a few, stuff them in my pockets. Head up to grab my things.
Okay. Okay, you leave Ilverstar Manor. Gerbo and Bartholomew, two of the human and the gnome that you employed as guards the previous day, are both standing guard at the entrance. They nod at you as you leave. And you head out into the North Ward and then head south down towards the Castle Ward of the city. The streets are busy at this hour. It is around 8 AM. People are hawking their wares already. And you make your way down towards the yawning portal.
I want to keep keeping an eye out, see if we've been any undue eyes following us after our previous escapades.
Okay, make a perception check, please.
This is going to set the tone, Dave.
Yeah.
Well done. You don't notice anyone paying you any special attention. Dre gets the odd strange look, but that's not unusual for a tall tiefling wandering through the streets. And you make your way down, you find yourself standing outside the yawning portal, a stone building with a slate roof. Even at this early hour, there's laughter and ribald sounds coming from the doorway. A signboard above the door is a simple sign with the yawning portal written on it, hanging on chains from a black iron pole.
Okay. Push the door open and head in.
Okay, you head in, you find yourself in a familiar large common room, the middle of which is a huge well with various ropes leading down into it. The atmosphere is raucous, the inn's already busy. People are already gathering to see which of the called are going to be sent down into the Undermountain today.
Any
Order
sign of?
drink.
Yeah, Jamna,
yeah.
the gnome Jamna is sitting, leaning back against the bar on a high stool, her legs kicking in the air. She smiles at you as you enter.
Hey, drinks everybody then?
Yes, indeed.
To the bar. Although it's a bit early.
It's never too early.
Blimey. Okay, walk over to the bar where Jamna's sitting. Climb up onto a chair.
Hello, Merid. I was right,
Morning.
you are back. You've had a few adventures from what I've heard.
Mm-hmm. And live to tell the tale.
So
Had a
far,
little help. Well, yeah, had a little help from these guys, of course.
something wrong with your dwarf? He's got a face like thunder on him.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's complicated, but yeah.
We lost our retainer.
Oh, the young boy.
Well, we received his head anyway.
Oh. That doesn't sound like much fun.
And then there was the magician in the alleyway yesterday. Yeah. And the giants, and the castle, and Resmere, and the swamp.
Her
Yeah.
eyebrows get higher and higher with every statement. Well, you have been busy, haven't you? But you're back home now, aren't you? And now you're back home, you have some responsibilities. Come on, let's get a drink and we'll find a table where we can talk.
All of us, is it?
Your friends are welcome to
Excellent.
join us.
Nice to know.
Okay.
What kind of what's a morning drink in this establishment? What kind of drink would you have in the morning?
To be honest, I think it's exactly the same as an evening drink. She hops down nimbly off the stool, lands lightly on her feet, spots an empty table and wanders over to it and sits down. Waits for you.
I'll order a very weak ale, and if everybody's willing, should we join her then?
Yep, I'll order a mead and then I'll sit down.
Lovely. Plonk the pint on the table, sit down next to her.
Well, first of all, thank you for coming so promptly after my message. Waterdeep's a big city. People go missing all the time. But there's a matter that's come up that is of special concern to our mutual friends. Someone's been killing elves in the dock ward. 3 bodies so far, each decapitated and in the dead of night. Our mutual friends would like you to look into it. Do a good job and there'll be some gold in it for you. Besides, I hear you're an official investigator now.
Well, yeah, my talents have been recognised by the council. You know, recognition where recognition's due and all that. But don't tell anybody. It's quite embarrassing in my line of work. How do we contact you again?
Well, I'll be here. I believe you already have contacts in the dock ward that we both know.
Yeah.
Go find out what's going on and why elves are getting decapitated. It's making people nervous. People with a lot more influence than you and me.
You haven't heard anything about these vampires? Murders that are going on?
She gives you a slightly quizzical look. No?
You know, it was that one of the councillors got offed.
Oh, Ulbrinter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the mass lords.
Was he an elf?
No, he was a man, a fat man.
Batman probably loads of money.
Mm.
But yeah. It's just we've had a bit of a run-in with vampires, and we're just like, just a bit nervous around vampires.
And mushrooms.
Shut up! I rub my temples with my fingers. Okay. Well, might as well get to it then. Where were the bodies found? What wharf? What pier? It was in the water, yeah?
In the dock ward. As far as I've heard, the first happened a week ago near the Sleeping Wench. The second 3 days ago near the Bloody Fist, and the third just last night near the Thirsty Sailor.
All near pubs.
All near pubs. And if I were a betting gnome, I'd wager another body will show up soon, and probably near a dockside tavern. I don't know the taverns down in the dock ward well enough to know if there's a pattern, but if you can figure out which tavern the murderer is going to choose next, you might be able to set a trap for them.
Right. Where are the?
I'll leave you to hammer out the details, Merritt. I'll get back to the bar and join Ragnar.
Where are the bodies now then? Have they been buried or?
The authorities have taken them to the City Watch.
Right. Yeah. Fair enough. No witnesses or anybody? Nobody saw anything?
Apparently not. It's not really me you should be questioning, is it?
Sorry, I was just getting into the role. I was quite enjoying that. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, I get your point. Lovely. Talk to the watch, talk to the people. Excellent. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Right. Just give us a warning if you're going to do that snake thing again.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, okay. Tibbles gave you a bit of a shock, did he?
Tibbles? Okay, I'll remember that name next time. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Speak to you later. Hopefully with some more information. Bye.
You go do what you do best.
All right. Okay.
As Mered comes back over, I'll say a little bit too loudly. Have you not bedded her yet, Mered?
I was going to say, seems like the love affair's off.
No. I don't think.
They can be quite slippery, those gnomes, especially when cooking yogurt.
You got experience of that kind of thing, haven't you, eh?
Surmising.
Yeah. So did you get all that? Three inns. Looks like they're working around the inns at the
Looks like we're heading down to the docks.
What? So, a few questions to ask the DM. What? Do I know the name? I presume I know the names of all the other inns in the dockyard. Like how many more inns there are?
You're not certain of all of them, but you know that there's quite a few taverns down there.
Just from my memory, I've made a proper note. There's a Sleeping Wench, the Bloody Fist, and a Thirsty Sailor. Are they all the what?
And the
Dirty
Thirsty, not
yeah.
dirty.
The Dirty Sailor.
Has a very different establishment.
Are they all in the same area, or is what?
They're all in the dock ward, yeah, so not far from the docks.
If I was to put pins in the map of where they were, do they follow a line? Are they all in a circle? Or
They draw.
I mean, it's difficult. They're not in a straight line. It's difficult with only 3 points of reference. Make a survival check for me.
Ragnar, how are you doing, old friend? That was a rather disturbing package we received this morning.
Just enjoying the break, to be honest.
I understand.
Sometimes I just want to sit here, drink, and not say a word. After all the hacking and slaying we've been doing.
Well, you've been doing.
I think it's more.
We join in occasionally.
More about Reynard.
If you need to talk, I'm here.
Well, it's bigger than that, isn't it?
Picking a bit of pancake out of his beard.
It's bigger than that.
Tied him up.
Ignatius, are you happy with us attacking your sister at some point?
Oh, she needs to die.
Well, I had to hear you say it. It's good to know.
Raise my glass and just nod.
Ragnar will raise an eyebrow and say, I think you should bang her first, though.
That's why I laugh. The old French coming back.
I'll raise my glass to Reynard.
Nod. Life unlived and unfulfilled.
Merit,
Cheeky little
you're
chap.
thinking about different taverns in the dock ward. You think there's probably between 8 and 12 different taverns in that area of the city. You do know the Thirsty Sailor. You've been there before. It's quite a noisy tavern on Fish Street, run by a half-elf couple called Jens and Petra. And you know that that particular tavern does have a popular troupe of elf dancers. It's also situated near several dark alleyways.
Rivendell dance. Troop.
Ragnar, if you're into drinking, how would you like to see some proper pubs? None of these nice, fancy drinks and chairs. Some real drinking establishments down at the docks. Can I
As long as I'm
interest
drinking, don't care.
you? Okay. Shall we head down to the site of the most recent murder, the Thirsty Sailor, and have a drink?
Agreed.
Lead on.
Good.
Right. Should neck my pint. It's
Okay.
going to be a massive pub crawl.
It is, basically.
I'm going to be in such a state at the end.
By the time the fight comes up at the end, you're all going to be inebriated. You make your way down to the dock ward, and the screams of the gulls and the smell of the salt on fish on the air as you approach the area brings memories of your misspent youth flooding back to you, Merid. You're now back on familiar home turf. You've spent many an hour, transporting smuggled materials around and dodging the watch in the late hours down these alleyways, and you remember where the Thirsty Sailor is and Fish Street is.
I'll. Okay. On the way there, I'll take a moment to duck into an alleyway and mutter my word of power and make my armor just to make into some unassuming, just leather.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's still looking like one of the Dragon Cult members.
Ignatius, you don't have to put that
Ignatius,
onto you
I
either.
presume you haven't got. Okay, you've answered my question.
The Dragon Cult's in town. Hey boys, what's up?
Okay.
Ignatius is at the minute.
Yeah. So you find your way to the Thirsty Sailor. Again, it's quite a noisy establishment near to the docks themselves.
Right, so we're on a clock here. There might be another murder tonight, and if there's any
Yeah,
chance
we're losing valuable drinking time.
if any chance of getting any monetary reward out of this, we've got to do it before we head off to chase down Varum.
Well, yeah, we're setting off tomorrow anyway, whether we resolve this matter or not.
Yeah. Thoughts? Any thoughts about it? I'm interested in the fact that there's an elf dancer troupe here.
Why don't we speak to the elves in the dancer troupe if we can?
We need to find a connection between the other pubs and the murders.
Yeah,
Maybe this troop was at those pubs.
I was thinking that. Would that be too simple?
Simple's good.
Yeah. And maybe find out where they're going to play next. But let's not make any assumptions. Approach it with a empty mind. I'm quite good at that. Empty mind. Right, walk in.
Go in.
Okay, you walk into the Thirsty Sailor. It's early in the day, but there's already, half a handful of the tables already filled. You see the familiar sight of Jens, a half-elf behind the bar, and as he looks over at you, he pauses, tilts his head to one side, and then he says, "Carter? Carter
Yeah.
Dockman?
All right, Jens, how
Yes,
you
I
doing?
live and breathe."
Nice to see your place is still in one piece.
It's
How's the
been an
how's the
age. Where have you
how's the
been?
missus? Here and there. How's the missus?
Yeah, she's fine. She'll be happy to know that you're alive. We all thought you'd be found floating in the docks one day. I see you've made some new friends, and he looks up warily at the dwarf with the big spike sticking out his forehead, the horned tiefling, and the robed human.
Oh yeah, quite the adventures we are now,
Not your usual type of friends.
No, but these chaps, we've been through quite a lot together recently, and good blokes, all of them, good blokes. I understand you've had a bit of trouble though around these parts. What's the word on the street? What's been happening?
He stops cleaning his glasses. He says, "You can have a drink.
Of course.
It's early in the
Gentlemen.
day, but it might loosen my tongue as well."
Uh-huh.
What are you drinking?
It's a bit early, but what the hell? Seeing an old Carter here, my old friend. I'll have some blood wine. How about the rest of you?
Be a shame to open a bottle for one glass.
I can see why you're hanging out with Carter. He pulls a bottle up, dusts it off from behind the counter, picks up a large knife like a machete, slashes the top of the bottle off, and then pours several glasses.
Grand.
Cheers.
Yeah, we did have some trouble last night. Terrible business. Sari Andy was killed. I don't suppose you
Who was
remember,
Sari
do
Andy?
you?
No. Who's her again? Him? Her?
One of our dancers.
The troop.
When did this occur?
Late last night. Must have been after she left. So after midnight.
Do they all stay together, or do they go back to different parts of the city?
I don't know where they live exactly, but they don't always leave together. No.
When are they due in again? Today?
We've cancelled tonight's performance. The rest of the troupe don't feel up to it. I'm sure you understand.
Oh,
And where was she found? Just outside.
No, not just outside. In one of the alleys. Couple of alleys up on the dockside.
which alley was that?
Take a right when you get out the door. Second alley on the right.
Right, second alley on the right. Alright.
How had she been murdered?
He sighs, and you actually see a tear start to form in his eye, and he kind of bites his lip and shakes his head. The City Watch told me that she was decapitated with a single blow with an incredibly sharp instrument.
Was there anything else of note?
I'll down my wine. To hide the bookmark, yeah. I'll down my wine. Please excuse me, gentlemen. I'm just going to go and take a wander around the local area.
He looks
I'll
up
stay in
at you, slightly warily, Dre, and then addresses his answer to Mered. No, I don't believe they found anything else. Nothing had been stolen. That's what
And
I was
you
aware.
You don't know where the rest of the troop is, or where we could find them?
I told them to stay at their homes today.
Yeah, right.
So it's just the dance troupe that's being killed.
There's only one person from the dance troupe.
Oh, okay.
There's
But
been
it's
other
not
elves killed
together.
in the dock wards over the last few weeks.
Who do we know hates elves?
It's only elves.
Yeah. What? It was. What was it? It was the sleeping wench and the bloody fist, wasn't it? It was somewhere near them places. Are you friendly?
Yeah,
with
one
me?
near the sleeping wench, one near the bloody fist.
Oh,
I don't need to answer you, do I, Ignatius?
No.
What do you know of them pubs then? It's been a long time since I've been in there.
The Wench is only a small tavern on Belnimbra Street. Sarah runs it, keeps late hours, frequented by sailors of all races. The Fist is a ramshackle place on Snail Street. There's a male dragonborn runs that place, keeps late hours again. I know elves go there a lot because he has a lot of exotic imports.
Oh, so what kind of imports?
I don't know, the kind of wines that elves like, I suppose.
Oh, right. Yeah, seems to be some more of this elf kind of business going on. And someone's taken a dislike to elves in the docks, have they?
Seems like it. We're all waiting on tenterhooks to see if that's the end of it.
Right, we need to disguise Ignatius as an elf, get him some pointy ears. Shoot him in the face.
Ignatius has disappeared. You look round, he's not there.
So, that won't show you.
Hope he doesn't go wandering into the wrong alley.
Very sneaky.
Well,
I wasn't
Jens-
being sneaky, I did say. I said I'm heading out for a little bit, I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. That's cool.
well, yeah, Jens, my friend. It's bad business, isn't it? Bad business. If you hear anything else, and I'll slide a gold coin over the counter. If you
You
hear
doing
anything
alright
else-
for yourself, Carter?
Now, I give back to the places that were kind to me. If you hear anything else, and you see us again, you let us know.
Right, you are. Why are you interested?
Well, it's my ward, isn't it? It's my ward. And if
More mana.
people's... It's my old manor. If people's... this kind of business should go through official channels. Nobody
I
would
suppose so. Have
come
you,
along in route.
if you see Alper, give him my regards.
Will do. Cheers. I'll finish the wine.
Okay.
steady myself. Get up off the stool. Oh, where were the
So that's right. Can everybody make a constitution check? You've all had 2 drinks now.
Oh,
Oh, look at that!
is that
20 under
constitution?
19.
Oh, wow. Oh, not so great for me.
Dre, you're feeling a little bit tipsy.
I think I may lay off the booze.
You alright there, Dre? You a bit wobbly on your feet?
I'm not used to this alcohol.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, man of the cloth and all that.
Wow.
Pure as a driven snow.
I'm not that kind of paladin.
I'll speak into my my harper's pin. Where are you, gents? I just went out looking, see if I could find any beggars. Couldn't find any.
We're on our way out now. We'll
We've
meet
just
you
left.
en route to the Fist. Are we going to the Fist?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't mind having a look outside myself first before.
I was just thinking beggars usually have pretty good information.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna go out.
Well, why don't we go,
Right.
let's go and check out the murder scene, shall we?
Yeah. And we'll patrol around for an hour while we check the murder scene out. See if we.
Yes.
What time is it? Is it getting late?
No,
midnight.
it's not late. It's mid-morning. It's
Oh right.
about 11 a.m.
Plenty of time to get drunk before the evening's
Oh,
patrol.
yeah.
I'm already a little bit tipsy.
11
walk
a.m.
out.
and Dre staggers slightly as he leaves the
We'll be steaming.
first
Well,
session.
Back at uni.
Look out, turn right, and take the second alleyway.
Yeah, that was it.
Look
Like
out for
bad
Ignatius.
lieutenant.
Okay, yeah, you come across a very narrow alleyway. I mean, even at this time of day, it's quite dark in there. It's heavily shadowed. The light doesn't reach because the walls are so close together. It's only maybe 5 feet across. There's several broken crates, various detritus and rubbish, puddles, and the smell of excrement.
Oh, nice.
Oh, smell that, gents. Ooh.
I'll meet back up with you.
I'm home.
I've just got one thing I must confess to you. You might have heard the guy talking to me as Carter.
Carter, yeah. So I was
Yeah.
going to ask.
That's my name round these parts, Carter Dockman. I grew up round here, and that's a moniker. It's handy to have a few different identities, but that's what I'm known as round here. So that's that. Carter.
Whatever you want, Merritt. Carter, Merritt.
Ha ha. Wink. Right. Let's have a look down this alleyway. See if there's anything.
Yeah, can we see anything out of the ordinary? Or is it just...
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious there's a huge gout of blood smeared up one wall about 20 feet down the alleyway. It's still slightly sticky.
Ew. Are there? Check out for any tracks.
Make a survival check, please.
Skills. Survival. Oh, God.
No, it was raining heavily in the night, and the alleyway is covered in sort of puddles of a disturbing brown colour.
Okay, I don't think we're going to find anything here.
No. Shit.
Lots of shit.
You need to find people with loose tongues.
True.
What are the buildings that the alley make up? Either side, Neil.
Some of them are warehouses, some of them are low-rent tenements.
Where is? Oh, I don't know. Sorry, I don't.
Let's
know.
go. Should we knock on one of the tenements? Let's go and knock on the first tenement.
Door to door.
Yeah.
Okay, there's none of the doors
Door
open out into the
inquiries.
alleyway, so you have to head back out into the main street, back onto Fish Street.
Okay, yeah. So whichever one looked like it was closest to the blood, so whichever side of the alleyway.
Okay,
Alright.
yeah.
Good idea.
Knock on a door.
Okay, you knock loudly on the door. There's no answer.
Okay. Knock on the next one. Actually, it's not worth it, is it? Knocking on the next one because they wouldn't have heard anything anyway. I don't think we're going to get anything here.
No.
Oh,
The biggest thing was trying to get some tracks, but
Tracks or an eyewitness.
yeah, we could try that. The pub, we could try the inn that was a hit 3 days ago. The bloody Fist.
Yeah, let's go there.
I'll snake.
Yeah, let's try that. And then the one. Shit! Stop it.
Are there any beggars around or?
Make a perception check, please.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye out for beggars.
I will use the cantrip guidance on myself.
Okay.
To give myself a
You
D4
mutter a prayer
Okay.
to your three gods under your breath.
to hide. Yeah. If anybody's hiding. I don't think
You see across the way, sitting on one of the canals that lead down to the main harbour, there is an old man with a balding head, a long beard. He has a cloth out in front of him on which a couple of copper coins have been thrown.
Ignatius, you're good at talking to people. How would you like to have a word with that chap? Couple of
I'll go
coppers.
over, throw down a couple of copper. Good morning, sir.
Okay, you're not quite sure how you missed this guy before, Ignatius. he looks up at you and tries to focus on you. You can see that his left eye is milky white. The top of his head is balding. It's got liver spots on it. He's wearing his robes have raggedy with holes in, and the bottom side of the left-hand side of his jaw is kind of deformed and covered in what looks to be sort of large warts.
Put your finger in his eye.
Yes, master. Thank you.
No problem. I'm after some information. I wonder if you could help me.
I'll try, master.
There's been some murders here of elven folk over the last few days. I'm here trying to find out some information about it. I don't suppose you've heard anything on the grapevine? I'll be jingling my purse whilst I'm talking. Could make it worth your while.
Oh, well, now you mention it, I do remember something, yes.
I'll put down another 10 copper.
Whoa.
It disappears incredibly quickly as he passes his hands over it. Yeah, something happened, I heard, near the Soaring Pegasus.
Soaring Pegasus? Any details? I'm after details. I know they might cost a little more.
Oh, let me think. It's hard to concentrate, master, when you're worried about where the next meal's coming from.
Oh, he's a good one, this one.
I'm sure it is, my friend. Maybe this will help. Put down another 10 copper.
Oh, let me think. Yes, that's right. The Soaring Pegasus. They have a fine crowd. It's much too fine for the likes of me. But yes, they had some trouble with some elves.
What sort of trouble did they have? Have some more.
Oh man, my memory's... It's difficult
Put
to
down
say.
another 10.
He's slowly milking you.
Alright, it's only copper and I was expecting...
I heard there was some fighting over something.
Oh, what sort of thing? Another 10.
What's this? 10 copper a word? Ragnar leans down, pulls his axe out. I can loosen your fucking tongue, pal, if you don't start fucking talking.
I've got to go.
My friend gets
It's
some
lovely
bacon.
to see you. And he quickly gathers up the cloth in front of him and stands up and kind of starts hobbling off down the dock, down the canal.
Right, what was the name of the place, he said?
The Soaring Pegasus, isn't it?
Soaring Pegasus.
Let me go.
Ragnar, put the old man down. You might catch something off him.
Throw him around a bit and then I'll let him go.
Sorry about that.
You don't stay away. Don't come near me.
You've earned enough copper to keep you for weeks. but thanks for the information.
He starts to hobble away, and as he gets further away, his hobble suddenly turns into an easy run. His back straightens, and he pegs it off down the street.
This Soaring Pegasus, is it another inn in the docks?
Make a history check.
I hope it's on Slut Street.
Yes, you've heard the Soaring Pegasus. It's a very well-to-do establishment. It's on the Way of the Dragon. It's quite a nice area. It's one of the nicest areas in the dock ward. And you don't recall that it's next to any dark alleys or anything like that.
Which makes it even more interesting.
Should we check out the other
Let's go
scenes of
check
crime?
out the fist and, yeah.
Prime hunting ground, wouldn't you say, for a vampire?
Agreed.
Dun dun dun!
Everything else has bitten you, Ragnar. It's it's only a matter of time.
Which pub are we closest to? We'll head to that one first, out of the bloody fist.
You're probably close. Out of them, the Bloody Fist is probably closest.
Balnimbra.
No, that's Sleeping Wench. Snail Street.
Snail Street.
Which one's the sleeping wench?
Balnimbra Street.
Nose down.
The sleeping wench, was that the one your mate was in?
No, that was the Thirsty Sailor.
Yeah, so we've done the Thirsty Sailor. Let's go and do the
Bloody Fist.
Bloody
3
Fist.
days ago that the shit happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Neil, I'll keep my eyes out for any thieves' signs scratched onto walls or barrels or doors or anything. Any messages about the area, like who owns it, if there's any danger around.
Okay.
Are there any
You
lookout
can
posts?
make a perception check, please.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, you see a couple as you're wandering around, scratched into some of the lampposts and walls. One denotes a particular area as dominated by the Xanathars Guild, which you know to be one of the local thieves' guilds. And another refers to the Black Network.
Who the heck are they?
The Black Network is a name for the Zhentarim.
that be you.
Yeah, who are they? That you? Oh right. Okay. No messages about warnings and what to look out for on the street. Monsters about.
Nothing like that.
Okay.
More like people marking their territory.
Right, should we go to the next tavern?
Yeah. Snail Street.
Okay, you head towards Snail Street, and you find the Bloody Fist, but it's a real ramshackle place. The door's open, but there's not any noise really coming out from it. It's in one of the less salubrious areas of the dock ward. Several dark alleys nearby.
Should I just have a look around the alleys first before we go in? Seeing
Yeah.
Yes. Sounds like an idea.
It's only 3 days ago and it's rain, but there might still be some trace of blood or something.
Or we could get the actual
Make a survival
Direct.
check, please.
scene of the crime from the barkeep.
True.
There's a few tracks in and out of the alleys over the last few days, you find. Though they're not particularly well traversed, and again, they seem to be piled up with rubbish, broken goods.
No obvious.
Anything look out of place?
You're not really sure. I mean, this isn't the sort of area you'd normally find yourself, Ignatius. And a large swarm of rats at one point puts you off investigating too far. This is... You feel a little uncomfortable in this area. It's not your normal haunt. But there's nothing that strikes you as being immediately out of place.
There's no blood splatters like there was at the scene of the crime.
You don't find any on this pass.
No. Right, let's go inside and see if.
Alright.
You go inside. It's very dark and smoke-filled in there. There's only 2 other patrons in there at the moment, sitting at a table on the far wall. There's a huge dragonborn behind the bar, male dragonborn.
Chris?
Right,
Do you have a good repertoire with barman?
It goes really well, doesn't it?
Way.
Especially one that shoots fire out of his mouth. Yeah.
We've got somebody in the party who gets on quite well with dragons, or has got some affinity with them already. So, haven't we?
Ignatius, do you want to take this one?
I was thinking more of heading to the Soaring Pegasus. I just think I'm starting to get fleas.
It'll only take a second.
Let's
I'll
go
walk to the bar.
and approach the barman, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what do you want?
I just want just a bit of information, really.
Oh, sell drinks, not information.
I'm just looking for a friend of mine, pointy ears. Supposed to meet him a few, about 3 or 4 days back, but they haven't turned up.
We have a lot of elves coming through here.
Yeah, I thought but this would be the kind of.
Any
place
elves in at the minute?
Nope. Nope, just a pair of dwarves sitting at a table across the way.
You sell the kind of drinks they like, don't you? So you get a lot of them. There hasn't been any trouble, has there, round here recently?
What is this? Are you from the news?
Fuck no, not them idiots. Oh, blimey.
No, we are investigators for the council, and you will answer our questions, or we will shut your establishment down.
He peers over the bar down at you, Ragnar.
I'll show him my FBI.
What's the I stand for?
Ickle.
Intense.
We are the fearless barroom investigators.
I think it's time we started throwing our weight around, gents, and none of this piss pot pushing around. Fucking, they will answer our questions, or we will have them in chains.
We do have a writ of investigation.
We have the powers to incarcerate anyone we want that obstructs our investigation. So answer the man's questions.
Looking for an elf.
You can choose whether you make a persuasion or deception. It's kind of in between the two.
Well, they're both charisma, so it doesn't really matter.
Come on.
I'm not going to bother. There's just no point. Unless I...
Go for it.
It's fine, I'll just close this establishment down. Have him incarcerated, I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm done pissing around.
we're here on official business, mate.
Can you make a roll, please, Rich?
What was it again? I'm trying to remember.
Persuasion or deception?
Yeah, just make persuasion there, yeah.
20.
Oh, yes.
You types up from the Castle Ward and the North Ward think you can come down here and boss us round? We have our own government down here, who I answer to.
And who would that be?
If you don't know, that tells me all I need to know.
Oh, listen, mate. Friends of mine have got some interest in this, not just the council. You know, the old network might be interested in looking into this. So, just give us a little bit of information, and we'll get on our way.
The network, you say?
Yeah.
If I had a copper penny for every piss pot that came in here claiming to be from the network.
Neil, I'll reach up to my neck and just pull my jerkin down a bit and scratch where the tattoo is.
Okay. Yeah. Okay,
It's branding, isn't it?
you can make an intimidation or persuasion. It's up to you.
Intimidation or persuasion.
Intimidate.
Oh, why didn't I get deception?
It's going well. It's getting better. It's getting better.
Right, Ragnar will walk up to the first table that's nearest him. What a lovely table! The craftsmanship on this is magnificent!
I'm not
And then
finding
with
a
one
bar
fell
match.
stroke, we'll cleave it in half with his brand new shiny axe.
Okay, roll a d20 just to make sure you don't roll a 1.
His leg comes off.
Okay, you heft your axe, swing it with all your might, just as the barkeep shouts, "No!" The table splinters into 1,000 pieces, smashes. It wasn't particularly well built to begin with. Smashes in a cloud of dust into the stone floor. What the bloody hell are you doing?
Speaking a language you might understand, my friend.
Ghoul
Now,
Scream will have something to say about this.
well, why don't you point us in the general direction of him? And I'll go and have a chat with him myself.
You know the name Ghoul Scream, married. Alpa Ghoul Scream.
Ah,
Alpa Gull Scream.
yeah, he's my mate. Well, I do favours for him.
I don't want
My
any
employer,
trouble,
you could
alright?
say. All right, well,
Starts walking over to the next table.
before we make some more adjustments to your layout, perhaps you could give us a bit of information about the trouble that happened here.
The
a few
two
nights
dwarves
back.
have stood up and are sidling their way towards the nearest exit nervously.
Someone was
Was it?
murdered in. Someone was murdered in the alleyway 3 nights ago. Something else.
Yeah.
Bad business.
Yeah, I heard about
Where-
that, so what? I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Whereabouts was it? Which alleyway was it? Perhaps you could point us in the direction and get us out of there.
Third alley on the left.
Third alley on the left, was it? Did you know that guy? Was he a regular drinker?
I didn't know him. It was some elf that came through, that's all I know.
Was he out of towner?
I don't know him.
I don't know him.
Not
On
regular.
here things, my friend. You've been very tight-lipped about this. Or do you just close your ears when you're serving drinks?
Can't tell you what I don't know.
Is it worth using a charm person on him? Probably not.
Perhaps another table.
No.
Oh, let us go and check the alleyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've been most unhelpful. Thank you.
Ragnar walks through the splinters of the table.
He watches you leave with a scowl on his face, and as soon as you leave, the door gets slammed behind you, and you hear a lock turning.
Okay. Let's go and check out the scene of the crime.
Okay, you find your way down to the third alley on the left. Again, like a lot of the alleys in the dockyard, it's dark, it's wet, it smells bad.
I'll keep watching.
I'll fine, yeah. I'll go down.
Yeah, have a look.
Cast guidance on myself and start looking for scenes of a crime.
Okay,
Blood.
survival check, please.
I'll close the window. Skills.
Neil, I'm having a look as well because I've got
Oh,
with devil's sight, so the darkness.
I'll use this thingy and add. Oh, I'll make it 15 then.
Okay, yeah, you can find you find a couple of dried blood stains, but one of them is much larger than the other. There doesn't appear to be any sign of a struggle.
So maybe kill by surprise or by someone they knew.
Or
Surprise.
charmed by a vampire.
Or mesmerised. Exactly. Yeah.
Dun, dun.
It is pointing towards that, isn't it?
Come into this alleyway, my dear.
They say no marks left for the blood drinking. Okay, it's Balnimbra Street.
Hi, Neil. That'd be a good place to look out over these alleyways.
Well, the dock ward's a large
How many stories?
place. If over these specific alleyways next to the Bloody Fist, yeah, you can find somewhere.
I'm just thinking about tonight if we're going to keep an eye out on places.
Yeah. Could I just make a general investigation check on this alley to see if there's anything, from what I can see, that is dodgy?
Okay, yeah, you can.
Oh Lord.
Okay. Yes.
King Columbo.
As you're searching around, you find under a smashed wooden box a pendant. You draw it out. It's on a beautifully crafted silver chain, and the pendant. Just bear with me 1 second.
Our first clue! Yay!
Why is that not working?
Finally.
The first the pendant is a symbol of a upside down worm or dragon flying downwards with a globe in its mouth. You recognise it as the symbol of the Zhentarim.
Was this the Nazi elves?
No.
No. It's the Black Network.
The
No,
Zhentarim
no.
is the organisation that Mered works for.
Yeah. Whereas the Nazi elves were the one that the elven pendant of Born-Grey had, that guy.
Yeah. They were. So, somebody hires us to look into a crime involving the same people who hired us.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake, not this again.
Is it an internal squabble or is it a hit? I guess that's
Might be. No, Jamna might know more about this than she's letting on. Or whether we can get her to tell us that.
or maybe
It's
she's
another matter.
maybe she's next.
Maybe she did it.
Or maybe the ones killed were members, and someone's going around killing members, not just elves.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Mm.
I think the people being killed are.
They might not just be elves, they might be members of your organisation. Not that I know that. Do I know that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's one way to find out.
Well, should we check?
Well, we got these writs, so if we could find the watch and they've got that last body seen it opening up in the night ago, we might find if there's any identifying tattoos on the body.
Well, should we try the last pub, one on Balnimbra Street?
Pest, was it?
Because we've still got we still got that one to check, and then there's
And
the
then Soaring Pegasus as
Soaring
well.
Pegasus. But yeah, that's
So,
a good idea, actually.
Yeah, I'll
Actually,
check that first.
Have a word with Sarah.
I've got to go
sleeping-
play just a second.
Alright, mate. Yeah, I'll let the dog in. Give me one
I'll be
second.
back. I'm tagging along.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'm
You
just gonna grab a
head
drink.
down towards Balnimbra Street. It's in a slightly nicer area of the dock ward than the Bloody Fist, though it's still not a particularly nice area. You find the Sleeping Wench, which is a small tavern, and the door is closed.
Knock on it.
Okay. After a minute or two, you hear a female voice. Yes, I'm coming.
Fuck.
The door opens. There's a young woman there, human, in her mid-20s. She has reddish-brown, shoulder-length hair, but it's currently tied up into a bun on top of her head. She has green eyes, pale skin, and she's wearing working leathers. Yes?
Hello, we're investigating the recent murders. We're wondering if you could be of assistance.
How can I help? I told the watch everything.
Would you mind telling us?
Yeah, special branch.
It wasn't much. The patron had been drinking here. I didn't pay any attention to them, really.
How many were they?
Just one.
Just, he was drinking on his own.
Yeah. Got it a lot round here.
Do you recognise him? Ever seen him before? Or was he
No,
from around
didn't
here?
recognise him.
Didn't recognise him.
Where exactly did the murder take place?
I'm not sure, to be honest. In one of the alleys nearby.
Okay, I
It
don't
would
think
really help if you could rack your memory and maybe if we bought a drink that could help.
I'm not open at the moment. You can come back later.
I'll
Thank
pass
you.
over a couple of silver pieces and go. Any information you could remember would be gratefully received.
The only thing I can remember is that he was a bloody knife ears.
Oh.
Yeah. Get a
Some
lot round.
racial tension.
Yeah.
Did you get a lot round here?
Yeah, too bloody many.
Oh dear. Oh. So, hadn't really seen him before. Kept himself to himself, and he can't remember where the deed happened. Oh, we could ask the watch, I suppose. All right.
Let's be gone.
All right then, love. You've been very helpful.
He's white supremacist. Why don't you take out the Nazi elf pendant thingy and start see if it loosens his tongue a bit.
It's her, yeah.
She looks at
She's-
it. What am I looking at?
Yeah,
She won't know.
yeah, she's human, isn't she? It's not an elf. I'll recognise it.
All right, we'll be off then.
But just double take, look back at her so she knows something she's not telling us. I know she knows something, and then I'll walk out. And then I'll walk out.
All right, come on,
Okay,
babe.
With the squinty eye, have you got?
A notepad and pencil.
One more thing.
One more question for you.
Okay, so should we check out the
Let me just see if anybody can remember where it was, since she didn't. We might find some information, I don't know. Is there any beggars around here? Any regulars, people who look like they spend a lot of time around this area?
Well, there's a few people wandering up and down the main track that goes nearby.
Is there anybody who's not walking, who's standing still?
No, not really, no.
No. Oh, I'll just walk up to the nearest person who looks like a regular Joe.
Okay, yeah, there's a couple of dock workers on the way down towards the dock, in the direction of the docks.
All right. I walk up to one, cough. Here, excuse me, mate. Perhaps you could help me. I'm a bit lost.
Oh yeah, what are you looking for?
Yeah. Well, someone said there was a murder around here recently. I was just wondering where it was, so I could have a look. I could tell my friends I'd seen it.
They
About a week ago.
kind of back away a little bit, eyeing you strangely. Want to go and see where a murder was committed?
Well, they don't believe I've got the guts, and I've got to prove to them that I can. It's kind of like a dare thing. I know, it's horrible, but can you remember where it was?
I don't know. We're late for work anyway. They start walking again.
Good job. They think you're a total weirdo.
Thanks for looking at murder sites.
Ironically, in London, you can do that now, can't you? That is one of the things.
Goes into a back alley over a murder scene, starts wanking himself off.
Oh, yeah.
Dark fucking bastard.
Halfling, hunched over.
Oh, the blood. Oh.
He's broken. Okay, so should we head to the unicorn? Was it the unicorn?
Screaming.
Pegasus. Pegasus.
Soaring Pegasus. On the way of the dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You start to head towards the soaring Pegasus. You pass another tavern on the way. It's quite away from where you are at the moment, in one of the nicer areas of the dock ward. Along the way, you pass a new tavern that wasn't there last time you remember, Mered. It's quite rowdy by the sound coming out of it. It's called the Bearded Mermaid, and the board hanging outside rather unimaginatively has a picture of a mermaid with a beard on it.
Just, wait, sex folks, I just want to poke my nose in. Is this kind of establishment that has a stage where maybe a troupe of dancers would... Just from a glance, whether, has it got anything like a stage or an area?
You poke your head in.
Any elves?
You don't see any elves. There's quite a few dwarves in there. There doesn't appear to be any stage.
I'll just go up to the bar.
Let's
Okay.
go in. Let's go and have a look.
Hold a silver piece in my hand, tap it on the bar, wait for someone to come over.
Okay, an old dwarf wanders over. The bars here are actually at sort of dwarf height.
Oh, cool.
He ambles over with a slight sort of swing of his leg as he walks. He has a brown braided beard with flecks of grey in, and a broad nose with a big spot on the end of it. Yeah. What can I get? Yeah.
I was
Gotta squeeze it. I just gotta squeeze it.
Someone told me there was a troop of elves doing their stuff around the pubs, touring the inns around here. I was wondering if
We don't get many elves in here, laddie.
Oh, you don't know where they are, or if they're going to be doing their tricks at
I
any of the
couldn't
other
tell
inns, do
you.
you?
Would you like a drink?
No, it's all right, mate. I'm just looking for a bit of entertainment this
Oh.
evening.
I'll have a drink, cousin.
Well, we shut in the early evening anyway, so... Oh!
Fine.
Alright, brother. What will you be having?
A glass of your finest mead and one for yourself, sir.
He goes and pours a mead out of a barrel on the far end, which has the insignia of Mithril Hall on. Looks over his shoulder at you. You ain't from these parts, are you, lad?
Nope, I'm from the Misty Mountains. Up on high. No, I am battle dancer. Not many of us left now.
Is it true what they're saying about the cult over there?
What, the Dragon Cult?
Aye, I heard that they'd attacked Flan.
Have they attacked that?
You don't know. Flan is a city near from the mountains where you came from.
That word has not reached my ears. I have been busy elsewhere, interfering with the Dragon Cult's plans on my travels.
He slams the mug of ale down in front of you. It's got a huge head of froth on it.
Ah, grand.
Master Dwarf, why do you close so early?
Because I like to get my beauty sleep.
Neil, can I
He needs
cast
time for his own drinking.
can I cast Divine Sense so I can sense any kind of evil or celestial or undead within 60 foot of me? while I'm in this pub.
Divine sense. Yes, you can. Which would you like to try and detect? Celestial, fiend, or undead?
Undead.
Or I could finish my conversation with the dwarf.
I'll take it Dre's doing this while you're talking to the...
Yeah.
Okay, you take a moment, you concentrate, you don't sense any undead within 60 feet.
Okay. Just a bit suspicious early. Closing quite early.
Yes, he must have all the bodies piled up in the back.
Always got stuff to do in the
Murderer,
evening.
you're coming with us.
Shut him down.
Vampires, Mithril Hall, that's where your guy's supposed to be, isn't it? Your horn guy. Thibble dwarf.
He kind of looks at you slightly. He says, that's an interesting helmet you've got on there, lad.
That, sir, I'll take it off and place it at the gander, is Fibble-Dwarf's helm.
Bugger off.
I shit you not, cousin.
Really?
Well, I'll look at my armour, my spiked armour. And then look back at him. He surely knows what a battle rager is.
Yeah. Moradin's beard. Lads, come and get a load of this fella. And he starts beckoning over some of the other dwarves in the establishment. They start gathering around.
He's famous.
Where the hell did you get that?
Took it from a vampire, believe it or not.
I'm not sure I do, but... Wow. Is it really Fibble Dwarfs?
Yes, it's caused me a little bit of trouble, to be honest. This helmet.
Why? What have you been trying to do with it?
Merely hang on to it.
That belongs back up in Mithril Hall, that does.
I'll start telling them the tales of the vampires and tell an
Okay.
interesting story of...
Okay. Can I have a constitution check, please? Rich.
Yeah, I'm not drinking anymore.
Okay, Ragnar, you're starting to get a bit inebriated, but you're enjoying the attention of these younger, eager dwarves who are hanging on every word. You actually met Braun Anvil? I don't believe it!
And while we're talking about, I'm telling my adventures, I'll drop in to the odd, into the conversation and hint about, God, nasty business, these local murders, and see if anybody sort of repels anything or knows anything.
They don't seem too interested in them because they know that the murders are mainly concerning elves. There's no dwarves been killed.
Any chance for an insight check?
Yeah. Yeah, make an insight check.
See when Rich mentions these murders. Yeah.
They seem generally honest, if slightly drunk, even at this time of day. You get the impression one of them actually is keeping a book, and he asks if you want to lay a wager on where the next one's going to be. And he's got a list in his book of 10 different taverns.
Ah, the game's afoot. I'll have a look at the list.
Okay, it's written in Dwarvish, in Dwarven runes, but it's got at the top. It's got the Sleeping Wench, the Bloody Fist, and the Thirsty Sailor, and they've all got big ticks by them. It then lists Saloon Smile, Mule Skull Tavern, the Bearded Mermaid. That's got a cross next to it. The Hanged Man, the Pickled Fisherman, the Soaring Pegasus, and the Skewered Dragon.
Why would you favour these two?
Which two, lad?
The two at the top.
Oh no, that just signifies there's already been bodies found here. Those.
So there's been no repeats.
Not yet. Would you like to have a bet on where the next one will
Oh,
be?
I'll have a wager. Oh, I'll have a wager with you boys. And I'll back at the barn for another round of drinks.
Okay. Where would you like to bet?
I didn't know.
I'll go for the hangman.
What are the odds?
A hanged man. I can only give you 3 for 2 on that.
Rough area, is it?
It's open late, but there aren't really any alleyways, and there doesn't get many elves.
What does? Which one of those does? I mean, I will still stake my bet on the hangman. I assume everybody's placed their bets. what would you think? What do they seem? Can I make a check or something to see what they seem to favour?
Oh no, he'll tell us the odds. Right, he just tells you.
Yeah,
What's
what's the favourite? Yeah.
The favourite is between the Mule Skull Tavern and the Soaring Pegasus.
Right. Well, it's been lovely talking to you, gents. I'll make sure they've got another round of drinks before I go.
Okay. You're slightly wobbly as you step down off the stool.
We can't carry you in the armour.
Oh, nearly forgot my helmet.
Hey, don't forget that, Ragnar. Come back any time.
Catch you later, boys.
Nice.
They give you a slap on the back and then, ow, nurse their hand.
First time you've had your day, Ragnar.
Right, so we've got 2 places to scope out.
So
Well,
the bearded mermaid is on the way of the dragon, which is the same street as the Soaring Pegasus.
Yeah,
the Soaring
we're on
Pegasus
our way.
is a lot further along in the nicer area of the dock ward.
But that's where we were going in there anyway, weren't we? So
Yeah. Which is closer, the Mule Skull Tavern or the Soaring Pegasus?
The Mule Skull's probably slightly closer, but the Pegasus is easier to find because it's on the road you're on now.
Right, Pegasus it isn't, I guess.
yeah, I think the Pegasus.
Oh, before I leave the pub, I'll chuck in my old battle axe. So why don't you put that above the bar? The axe of Ragnar.
Really?
Bit of memorabilia for you, cousin. Many
You're not
beasts
taking the
that's
piss. I
No.
don't believe it. He looks genuinely pleased and excited.
They'll change the name of that
There'll
pub.
be a little plaque.
A little blue circle. Ragnar got pissed here on the 1489 Dale reckoning.
Why don't you stick it next to this Medusa head?
Turns everyone to stone.
Yeah.
Okay, you start to head up the Way of the Dragon, which runs along the main run of the docks. And as you get closer, the beggars become fewer, the clothes that the people are wearing become finer, the buildings become cleaner, larger, and you eventually arrive at the Soaring Pegasus, which is a beautifully decorated tavern.
On the way, I want to make my armour look nicer and tidier and more respectable,
Okay.
and not workmanlike.
Mm-hmm.
Fine leather.
Next time you glance over at Merridge, the rest of you are surprised to see he appears to have changed his clothes into something a little more upmarket.
Upmarket.
Merritt, how do you keep doing this?
Well, that'd be telling. A little bit of magic here, a little bit of magic there. Anyway, what's this pub like?
It's the nicest pub you've seen so far.
Are there any alleyways around at this establishment?
No, you don't see any dark alleyways near this place. Wide paved streets with lanterns hanging, though they're not lit at the moment.
That doesn't look promising if you're a murderer wanting to do somebody over in an alleyway, is it?
No.
I suppose you should have a look, see if there's any elves about. Maybe have a word with them.
Yep. Oh, well, let's just go in and have a look.
Okay. You head in. It's relatively busy with the lunchtime crowd. Quite a few Not so many dock workers here, but more businessmen talking to each other quietly over the tables. There are quite a few elves in here.
Do we get another drink?
Well, there's nothing to ask, is there, about this place, really, because nothing's happened yet, has it?
No.
How did we first hear about the Soaring Pegasus?
It was... Oh, it was the beggar.
That's right.
Something happened, some troubles with some elves. There was a fight over something.
Okay, yeah, all right, let's go and, let's speak to the barkeep.
Okay, you head up. There's a man in his early 40s behind the bar. He has jet black hair and black stubble around a large nose. He peers down at you as you walk in.
Hold up our writ of investigation.
Peers at it. What can I do to help?
We understand there was some trouble here a couple of nights ago with some elves.
I don't. I think you're mistaken. Sorry, sir. No, we've not had no trouble here. The elves are some of our best customers.
That lying little beggar.
No trouble at all.
No, not in the Pegasus. This is a good establishment.
And outside?
Not that I'm aware of.
What a lovely table!
Ragnar.
Yeah, I'll try an insight on him when he's... An
Okay.
insight check on him, see when he's talking.
Yeah.
If only... Oh, for fuck's sake.
And
I'm
he
just trying to
seems
say-
as honest as the day is long.
There you go. I'm just trying to save his tables.
Here, hold my purse.
And I'll bet you what happened was that beggar saw all the copper and made any story up that he bloody wanted to. And this... Is there a sign above the door of a red fish, maybe a herring?
No, there is a white winged horse leaping over a rainbow.
Aww. It's like my first tavern. Okay, so I don't think he's lying then. We don't think he's lying.
Okay, so does this narrow it down that the other taverns are best one to scope out, perhaps
Probably.
for
The Mule Skull Tavern. Yeah,
Mule Skull Tavern.
let's go and have a look at that one. The Soaring Pegasus we've heard a few times, but
Perhaps we should have a word with the elves here, see if they knew any of the deceased. See if there's anything in common between the people who are getting knocked off. Whether that will help or not, I don't know, but... Yeah, wander over to... Are they just groups of patrons?
Yeah, there's a few elves in there. You find a group of 3 elves sitting quietly drinking some wine at one table. There's an elf and a dwarf arguing in one corner of the bar.
We'll walk over to the group of that 2 people arguing.
Oh, to the dwarf and the elf arguing.
Oh, that's the prancing pony.
Good day, gentlemen. Everything all right? Is it? Having a good day, are we? I'll pull out the writ.
Can we help you?
I was just wondering if we could have just a little word before we get on our way with our fine.
We haven't done anything wrong.
Not at all. We're just trying to get some information. I suppose you've heard about these murders. Unfortunately, someone's knocking off elves around here. You heard of?
I have heard
these
of it.
murders?
Yes, it was in the news.
I don't suppose any of the victims were known in these parts, were you? Haven't heard of who they were or where they came from? Are they Are they from around here? I'll address that to the elf.
No. And then the dwarf says, "Bollocks! You do! You knew Sigma! Just bloody lying again, aren't you?"
Stigma,
The elf
you say?
glares down at the dwarf.
Right, Ragnar will lean into this elf's personal space with his beard. So you have no interest in saving your own kin, and when it's quite blatantly obvious you're lying, I think you should tell us what you know, because we have an interest in protecting
I do
your
not
kin.
know anything. I vaguely knew the first victim.
tell us
Sigma
what you do then.
Moontouched. That's all I know.
What was that? Sorry.
Sigma Moontouched.
And what was his occupation?
Her. She was a
Her.
fisher.
Did she have any enemies?
I didn't know her well.
I'll look back at the dwarf.
The dwarf's grinning up at the elf.
Because he dropped him in the shit.
Yeah.
Well, what can you tell us about this Sigma Moontouched? Have you only got any idea why she would?
He gives the
fall
dwarf
foul
a
of
withering glance. I don't only know what the rumours that she left the tavern shortly after midnight and was found dead the next day. Her
Anything
head
you can
separated from her body.
Anything, any information you could give us could save the life of another elf. So
If
don't hold
I knew
back.
anything, I'd tell you. I swear.
Is he lying? Can we make a...
Make an insight check. Yeah.
Is he holding anything back?
Can I make that, or is?
Oh, God.
All elves are lying 90% of the time, as far as you're concerned.
So but have you heard anything about the other victims, or is it?
No, only what was in the papers. No.
Oh, in the papers. Damn, yeah. I suppose we could have got a paper, couldn't we? Yeah. Or maybe Ignatius could have a word with his journalist friend, see what they know. Well, that's a damn shame, isn't it? Here we are trying to save the lives of your kinfolk, and that's all you can remember.
That's all I can remember. I'm not going to make stuff up.
I think we're done here.
Yeah.
So, Silvermoon, she was a member of the dance troupe, wasn't she?
Sigma.
Sigma.
No, she was a. Didn't
No,
you say
she was a fisher.
Fisher.
fisherman?
Oh, yeah.
Fisher.
Sorry, I'm a little drunk.
Yeah, I've had a
Have you-
few.
Oh, one more question. Have you
Little
heard
is the
anything
operative
about-
word.
Have you heard anything about an elven dance troupe that's been doing the rounds in the inns at the docks? Apparently they've had one of their members knocked off.
He looks confused. The only troupe I know is the one of the Thirsty Sailor, but they don't tour. They always perform there.
Yeah. They just go there, guys.
Right. Right.
Been most unhelpful.
Right. Mule Skull Tavern.
Yeah. Well, thank you for.
Oh, you're welcome, lad. Yes,
Oh.
you're welcome.
I'll leave you to your whatever you were doing before.
Okay.
Let's hope it's not you next, eh?
As you wander off, you can hear the elf's voice raise in anger at his dwarven friend.
You twat!
Could have asked what his relationship was with her.
Shit. What?
He said he didn't. He said he hardly knew her.
We'll do a Columbo. Just one more question. I almost forgot.
Okay.
What was your relationship with the deceased?
You turn round, and it just as he's wagging a finger at the still grinning dwarf's face. I hardly knew her.
But
Well, define hardly.
I
You did know her.
spoke to her maybe once.
did she seem in good spirits?
It was weeks ago.
What was your dealings with her? simple fisherwoman then.
I was buying some fish.
Right.
Ew, vampire, reveal yourself.
And there rests the case for the prosecution.
Pull out your cross and hold it in front of you. What about this garlic?
It's you.
What god do you worship?
Yeah. Let's
We've
not
been down
get-
that road.
Let's not get the fish hooks out.
Oh, sorry.
It's an old story.
Okay.
It's an old Cthulhu joke.
Roleplay session went very wrong.
Fish hooks in someone's penis to get them.
Oh, what?
Didn't we crucify him as well? I think we crucified him.
Set him on fire or something.
It was just
An
darkness.
innocent person as well, I think.
You're hiding something.
Wasn't he a priest or something like that? I can't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
They were driven to madness. Anyway.
Dark days. Dark days.
Well, you've been most helpful.
Investigator frustration.
We might be
I can see it happening again soon.
Everyone's guilty.
I'll
Right, let's
tell
go.
him that he's been most helpful. We might come back and ask him some questions later. Just to keep him on
right.
his toes. Right.
Thank you.
Okay. That's the way to Mule Skull Tavern.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like the place where you can ambush somebody, or yeah, all the other places have been downright dirty places. haven't they?
Seedy.
Let's take a stab in the dark and
I think that's the problem.
Could have been coincidence that they just got a list of bars and they are just betting, or there could be some inside info there as to they know which ones.
yeah, come on, T, you're the copper.
Unfortunately, I've been distracted with a rather intense text message.
I want to go to the local watch headquarters, see if they've still got the body of the latest victim.
Well, should we check out the Mule Skull Tavern first?
No, I want to go straight to the watch, because if there's going to be a bumping off, it ain't going to be till midnight.
That's true.
So
Yeah.
I want to go to the local watch headquarters for the
Well,
dog.
we need to speak to your girlfriend as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's go to the watch. Let's check out the body,
See if they've got it.
and then you need to speak to her about the true
Yeah, let's
nature of the job.
let's go and check out the body before nightfall. Before we Operation Sting
Or bite.
or bite. Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna laugh my bollocks off if this is actually a vampire. Really, I'm gonna laugh my bollocks off.
There's no watch office actually in the docks. You have to head back towards the trades ward to find the nearest watch office.
Well, I'll be doing that then, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, you head over.
It's either that or we get drunk all afternoon.
Incapacitated when we need to actually do stuff.
Okay. Yeah. You find yourself the hubbub of the docks dies away, and it's replaced with the noise of traders and market stalls as you head into the trades ward. Merid leads you pretty unerringly towards the watch office.
Might have had some dealings with them before. As a little kid.
On the wrong side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you're on the right side of the law.
The worm has turned.
The law.
Yeah, make our way to the offices of the watch then, in the
Okay.
trade quarter.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
You find your way there. You head in. There's a long room with quite a few chairs lined up against one wall, in which people are waiting to be seen, and a counter on the other side with a couple of men behind who are wearing the gold chains of the watch, and they're talking to people and making notes.
We'll push our way to the front.
Yeah,
of the
just exactly. Take out the writ of investigation.
Move aside. Move aside.
Coming through. Official business, council
It's your
business.
council business.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, you force your way through. You interrupt a woman who's quite upset and is talking to one of the watchmen about a missing pet. He's looking kind of a mixture of bored and frustrated. And when he sees you, he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I must help these people. I'm very, very sorry, but my colleague here will help you." And he kind of slides along the desk towards you. He says, "Oh, thank God for that.
Right,
What can I help you with?"
who's handling this then? We're here. Our council business. We need a word with your superior. Do you keep
Council business?
Yeah, do you
Which
keep
council?
The council.
The
The
council.
Shove the writ in front of his face.
He reads through it and looks up at you, then reads it again. Right.
Where's
Well,
the mortician?
what can I do to help?
Where's the mortician? We need to speak to the mortician.
We need to see the body of the elf that was brought in that was murdered, the recent body. Immediately. And I mean immediately.
I need to check the records. Just hold on one moment.
Thank you very much.
He goes shuffling off into a room in the back.
He's just doing his job. He's an ordinary Joe.
He comes back out. Look, I've got the gaffer coming down to see you. I hope that's all right.
Wonderful, thank you.
Can we take this somewhere more private then? Get out your hair.
Yeah, if you'd like to go into room 3 over there, please.
Right, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, you head into room 3. It's pretty bare. There's a table with a couple of chairs either side of it.
Is there a tape recorder on the desk?
A few moments afterwards, the door smashes open, and a huge,
Jesus Christ!
a huge man, incredibly overweight, wearing a deep blue uniform that is far too tight fitting for him. The brass buttons straining to hold his jacket shut against all odds. He's got a balding head with black bushy sideburns. He's sweating profusely. His nose is red, though whether it's from the effort of opening the door or gout, you're not quite sure. He comes in. Are you the people from the council? Here you got a Bryman at your service.
Right, who's taking this?
Well, the body. We want to see the body of
I'll
the
do it
latest
for you.
murder victim.
Yeah.
That's what you can help us with, us, my good man.
You need to be more specific.
The body of the dead elf, the decapitated elf. We would like to see it.
Oh,
The dock murders.
The dock murders, yes.
can I see your writ?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, he
Big
looks it
old producer
over,
of it,
glances over at you, shakes his head, mutters something under his breath. Fine, all right. Follow me.
Lead on, fatty.
He takes you out behind the counter, through a door, up a short flight of stairs. By the time he's reached the top, he's mopping his brow with a blue handkerchief, heavily out of breath, leaning to one side. Says, "Oh, just bear with me a moment. Right,
Cause you any trouble?
come on
son?
then." And he starts marching off down another room, and he takes you into another room. And there's a tall elf in there, pale skin, short, pale hair, dark eyes, spindly arms, wearing a leather apron. Oh, this is rather strange interruption, Mr. Bryman. Yes, I know. Get the elf, the one from last night. And he slumps down in a chair, out of breath. Right, okay. He looks at you all, doesn't say anything, and turns his back, moves over, pulls open a cabinet, pulls a drawer out, throws back a cloth, and underneath is the body of let me just double check, of a young moon elf, and her head, except the head is not connected to the body.
Right. Thank you very much. We wish to examine the body. I hope that's all right with you.
Yeah, if we could be left alone with it, we need some special Jimmy time.
Are you the physician? I'll address the elf.
Yes, I am.
What can you tell us about this, apart from the obvious decapitation?
Well, I think the cause of death is quite apparent. As far as I can tell, the blow was a single blow with an incredibly sharp instrument. There's no other damage to the body at all. There's no signs of struggle. I'm not sure what else to say.
Could you tell if the blow was done from behind or the front, from above or below?
I cannot with any certainty, no.
What's your best guess?
But if my best guess is from behind and struck from the left to the right.
Left to the right. From behind. Yes. Mime
So we're looking for a right-handed murderer.
No missing
No.
organs.
I think you'd be better with your left hand, because if I was right-handed, come up behind, I'd swish from right to left, not left to right.
No marks or missing organs.
So either incredible
there doesn't
strength
appear to
or
be
an
any other
incredible
damage at
sharp
all.
blade or both.
Do you mind if I... Well, I'm going to have a look at the body. If you just excuse me a second, I'll try not to touch anything.
Mm-hmm.
The
I'll-
angle of the cut.
I presume this is all okay, Mr. Bryman? Oh, yes, whatever they want.
Nod, thank you to Mr. Bryman. Thank you. Walk up to the body and start examining the corpse. Did the body come in with any personal effects?
Just the clothes that the body is dressed in at the moment.
No jewellery or any kind?
The body has jewellery on it.
Right.
Whether there is any missing, I could not tell you.
I'm gonna look at
T, is he
so-
lying? I want to do an insight check on him and see if he's the kind of person who steals things from dead people.
Okay.
Whilst you're doing that, I'm going to look at the angle of the
necrotic
cut. Does
thief.
it look like the
Possibly
assailant
is.
was taller? Possibly is.
Sorry, what was that, Ignatius?
Does it look like the assailant was taller or shorter? If it was coming from left to right, if it's pointing down at the front, they might have been taller. If it's pointing up at the front, i.e. the angle.
Are you asking or looking for yourself?
I'm looking for myself.
Okay, you make an investigation roll, please.
Damn, I wish I thought that.
The assailant is taller or shorter than. No.
I mean, all you can tell is that the cut is almost perfectly horizontal.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe same sort of height, the arm length.
Right, are there any it's a
Elf and elf.
having a look for any tattoos, namely the kind of tattoos that I've had put on
Oh,
me by
okay.
camera.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there is. On her left buttock, there is a brand.
Right. Aye, I'll take a closer look at her arts.
Merritt peers over the table.
With a cheeky squeeze.
An inch away, the elf is muttering to himself, tutting loudly.
What's What's the
Is
brand?
it a relevant mark?
It's
so
the
much
same
worse.
brands that you have, though much older.
We need to speak to your girlfriend.
Interesting. Yes, we do. Probably as soon as possible if we can, before we stake out our last.
The Mule Skull Tavern.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
With that, guys, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break.
Cool.
Doesn't Jamnia like killing people? Wasn't she a bit of a...
Maybe she's a
Why
half.
would she send us to hunt
Yeah.
out if we eventually find out it's her?
It won't be her, will it? I think she's
Someone-
next.
Okay.
Anything.
I'll leave you
Yeah,
with this. I'm
someone's
going to take a 5-minute
Okay.
break because I've got to check the kids'
All
school.
right,
Right. I'll be back.
Cool.
Somebody's knocking off members of her/our organisation. She wants us to.
Yeah.
Well, what was the name of the other team? So there were two signs, weren't there?
There was no
Noticed.
tattoo. I missed that.
Yeah, she had a tattoo on her arse.
The same. Well, it's a branding, mate. It's not a tattoo. It's
yeah.
branding, isn't it?
A branding, sorry.
Yeah, of the she belongs to the Zhentarim.
Like you do.
Yeah, well, yeah.
What the elf does.
Yes.
Yeah.
The moon elf.
All of the victims belong
Well,
to the same.
if she's an operative of the Zhentarim, we should go back to her and say we need to know who you've got in that area that are members of your.
Yeah.
So we can watch them.
Oh, they'll be everywhere, though, won't they? They're just.
Yeah. Because. Or get one of. We could maybe set up a thing where if there's one of their agents to
Have her remove every single person apart from one or something, and then we can watch that
the
one.
Mule
person.
Skull. Yeah,
Yeah.
at the Mule Skull Tavern because that's one that hasn't been done before, and is a
Yeah.
likely venue. Yeah, it's a good idea.
In a seedy zone. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we need to find out from her what the story is. So, what was the name of the other underground people? Was it Dark? What was that?
Welcome to Jazz Club.
Tasty. Yeah. So there was your signal, wasn't there? There was.
I
Was
was
the
just a local
Zhentarim.
thieves guild. They were just marking out their territory. That was all.
Oh, was it? You don't think it's competitors?
No.
So
It's like
Well, it's it's one of three things, isn't it? It's either the vampire thing, it's either infighting within your organisation, taking out their own people, or it's a turf war.
Xanathar's guild. Yeah, we'll mention the name of that. Mention the name of that thieves guild to them. See if they're, if that could be a
What was it called? It was the darkness. and there was-
Xanathar's.
Xanathars, that was it.
See if that was just a local thieves guild, or is it someone trying to muscle in?
Well, we got to speak to your girlfriend, haven't we?
Yeah. Time for a beer.
Tasty. I thought we'd be flying around on griffins. I didn't expect a.
That's an investigation.
It's nice, though, isn't it? It's nice to
Okay, I'm
spend a
back.
I think we spend a bit of time in the town because obviously I think things politics. And Dave's just gone to get a beer.
Okay.
Because obviously the wider council politics as well. It allows that all that stuff to happen as well.
I've just had a very bad idea.
Oh really?
Go on.
Bad for me. If you're thinking that we want to leave one and only one agent of the Zhentarim in the area, set them up. Yeah.
I think yeah.
But I have.
You're
got
not known
the,
though, are you?
No, that's the only thing. Yeah, that'll probably save my skin. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Is everybody back or
I'm here. Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Me too. I'm here.
Rich?
Yeah, I'm here. So I'm just reading my fertilizer.
Okay. Right. So, anything else happening at the watch station?
There was no jewellery on that body, was there?
There was some jewellery. Yes.
Was there perhaps a pendant? Or
No.
a ring or anything with the device of the upside down doodah?
No.
I'll speak to the chief of police. Is there any information you can give us on the other related murders? The other elves?
Come down, I need to check the records.
Should be a little bit easier going down.
Okay. With a big groan, he heaves himself to his feet.
Jesus.
And sort of waddles out of the room. It takes you down to an office and tells you that pulls out some records. He tells you that the first victim was a elven fisher called Sigima Moontouched. The second, they haven't got a name for. It was from out of town, but he was at the Bloody Fist drinking the Mithranel Pale Fay Ale, and he was found dead in an alley in the early morning. Yeah.
Mithranel Pale Ale? Wasn't that what you were drinking, Rich?
His elf was drinking dwarf beer. Maybe it's a dwarves who are doing this.
Yeah.
Well, they don't like elves.
They don't.
Dwarves don't use skullduggery and murder elves in the back street. If they've got a problem with an elf, he'll face up with it. They'll up front them straight out and have a big punch up over it.
Yeah, probably.
They won't turn to assassination.
They're evil dwarves.
Maybe we should check their closets for skis.
Well, unless the bearded... unless the bearded mermaid is like the new kids on the block and they're branching out, maybe.
Well, sir, thank you very much. I'll pass on the facts that you've been very cooperative to the council. Seems everything seems to be in order here.
Thank you.
Doing a great job. And we appreciate your cooperation.
Possibly go on a diet.
What?
Walk out.
Wow.
Good day. And leave.
Okay.
Time for a word with Jamna.
Jamna.
Maybe
Yeah.
set up a sting.
Also, find out why she didn't tell us it was all your
Well,
guys.
I think I know the answer to that. She's a scheming little bitch, but never mind.
That's why I won't drink.
To the yawning portal then.
Okay. Yeah, you head back to the yawning portal again. It's a bit busier than it was last time, and there are several groups of adventurers getting ready to head down into the Undermountain.
I'm gonna have to try that sometime. Have a look for Jamna.
Yes, Jamna is still there. She looks over at you and raises an eyebrow. Oh, that was quick.
I can't say we've solved your problem, but we've a few questions in light of what we've found out.
Really?
Yeah.
What makes you think I can be of any help?
Well, the fact that the victims were all members of our little group.
Impressive.
Does the name Sigma Moontouch mean anything?
Maybe. Alright, sit down, grab yourself a drink.
Will do. What's this really about then? Or what do you want to tell us?
The Black Network has a bloody history that spans more than 200 years. Did you know we were actually started by a wizard? A wizard called Manshoon. Started out as a mercenary network. But since the end of Manshoon's death and the Manshoon Wars, the Zhentarim have never really had a single clear leader. We'd like to give the impression that we're a unified network of power, but instead it tends to be run by scattered local leaders heading up their own branches. And whilst our court goals haven't changed, two primary factions rule in the Zhentarim. There are the Doom Raiders, of which I and you are members.
Oh.
And there are the Manshoon Zhentarim. And the Manshoon Zhentarim are making a play to take over the entire network. And they are doing that by killing some of our agents. We want to know who and why. And
So you couldn't have told us this from the fucking off.
I'll just
For fuck's sake, we've had to go on a pub crawl.
Seriously, this is the first time a dwarf has ever complained to me about having to go and drink alcohol.
I was being fucking sarcastic.
So
it was
I.
quite a nice drink.
This information doesn't help you in any way.
Yes, it does. How many other operatives do you have in that area? How many? I don't need to know names. Just how many likely targets will there be tonight?
We think there is one target left.
And who's that?
That would be fairly helpful.
Yes. Yeah.
Where will they be?
Probably at the Mule Skull Tavern.
We thought as much. You'd be surprised to hear.
That was where we're going to next.
Well, there you go then. You didn't need my information.
Who are they?
Do you know what, Ignatius? Right, guys, they can clean up their own fucking mess. Fucking right, I'm done. I'm off. I'm fucking done. I'll fucking walk out. I'm gonna go join one of the adventure parties. I'm going down the fucking hole.
She raises an eyebrow.
Fucking gnome. I just walk off with a beer.
So who are they? We can monitor them and we can apprehend.
We're not certain, but if there is going to be another murder tonight, it's likely to be someone called Heldar.
Eldar. Another elf. What do they look like?
She gives you a description of Heldar.
Okay.
Elf.
Looks like we're setting up a sting then at the Mule Skull. Is there any way to contact them and to inform them about what's going on?
No, and you are absolutely not to do that.
Right. Okay.
They don't know their bait then.
Right,
No.
well, we'll go and keep an eye on them, I guess.
I think
I'll
we
go
should
over
just-
to Ragnar.
I think we should just have her arrested for wasting council time.
Well, this is for merit though, isn't it? You know.
Ragnar, my friend, we might not like it, and the gnome is definitely someone who needs to be turned into an icicle, but Mered's part of our troop, and we've got to watch his back.
I'll just grunt
I
down
don't
a
like
bit.
it any more than you do.
What does this have to do with the fucking Sword Coast and saving the Sword Coast?
It really doesn't, but we're watching our friends back, and we do have time to do it. If this was going to carry on until tomorrow, then we'd have to leave it.
Of course, you've got a bet on.
There's money at stake.
Was that the janitor in my pocket?
Now you're talking language.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Okay. Well,
We should head to the
let's make a move.
Titty or whatever it's called.
Mule Skull Tavern.
The mule.
We're gonna have
to.
What did you call it?
Titty.
The Hag's Titty. As I want to drink there. That sounds like my
You
kind
want to
of
drink
tavern.
from the hag's titty?
It just serves sour milk.
Oh my god.
So, right, well, say our farewells to Jamina and say hopefully we'll see you and we'll... Do you require the agent of the Manchus to be alive or dead?
It doesn't matter, as long as we know it's not going to continue. I'll be here awaiting your report.
Right.
Do you how? Is there any way of distinguishing a Manchun from a foreigner?
There might be.
Haven't we been here before? Like doing work for your sister, the Dragon Cult. Isn't this like just a repeat of what we've just fucking done?
Like, we're always working for bad.
We're going to take out her opposition now, are we? Clean up everybody's fucking messes. Rough, man. Fuck enough.
If they're enemies, then
Ragnar's had enough of D&Ding.
You just want to retire to the manor.
She leans in towards you, Mered. The Manchun Zhentarim wear green flags on their black clothing.
Green flags.
Okay.
This would be very helpful. I wish I'd known about this before, so I could have kept an eye out for them and saved my neck. But thank you.
That's what I like about a secret society. They got a uniform.
Yes. Okay. Well, got a job to do, gentlemen. Get this over and done really quickly and get about our business.
Yes, committing murder on behalf of somebody else.
Cool. Well, we've been doing a lot of that lately.
Saving lives in a city.
So this one person has been, well, if you want to look at it like this, one person has been responsible for the death of 3 people, and we're just trying to stop a 4th. Anyway.
Yep, let's make our way to the Mule Skull.
Okay, you head back down to
Why
the...
can't they do this themselves? I mean, they're all ninjas and assassins. Why can't they just fucking investigate it themselves? Or are they testing you again?
Yeah, it's a side quest, isn't it? Of,
Fine.
It's obligations.
you head back down to the...
side quests in The Witcher.
Yeah, exactly.
We won't go. We will approach the area of the musical. We won't go in. We just need to talk about a few things.
We need to scope the place out, don't we? First, yeah.
Yeah.
Everything, all the alleys.
Okay. You head down towards Ship Street and the docks, and you see the cozy tavern. There are quite a few alleys nearby.
Right. Well, didn't someone have an idea about the rooftops? Maybe posting somebody up there.
Yeah, is there any good rooftop around here that'll have a good view of the tavern?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Maybe somebody you could see in the dark.
Yeah,
I can see in the dark with my mask on.
And somebody who could strike from afar, so they didn't have to jump off a roof and risk breaking their neck.
I can do that, and I can also levitate back down if need be.
Yeah, so that, yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I would have done that, but that's great.
Right.
Unless you want to do it, Merritt. Might be an idea to have you up there out the way.
I'm not very good at getting up and down again. Like
I think the levitation's a good one, yeah, because it'll get you down.
I'll find a good rooftop that overlooks as many alleys as I can and the entrance to the pub.
Okay. Let me... I'll be within a second.
I guess we'll have somebody... I mean, we've all got the harper pins, haven't we? So we can keep contact.
Yep.
We'll guess we'll have somebody inside, somebody watching the entrance.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's a map of the area.
No. This guy's going to be double hard.
If you can decapitate in one hit, yeah, it could be good.
That's not coming through, is it, that map?
Not yet, no.
For a minute. It still says loading though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's coming through.
Oh, here we go.
It's just not-
Yeah, there we go. It's coming through now. Yeah,
Okay.
See our characters.
So this is a map of the area. I've put you on Ship Street. The tavern itself is... Oh, hold on. Is that building under the red square.
Okay. Still not loaded yet, but we've got the characters on there
And the square.
and the square.
Okay, tell me when it's loaded.
Loaded.
Hey! Perhaps, Ragnar, you're quite at home in a tavern environment. Maybe if...
Where's the front entrance, Neil? Is it
Hold
that
on, guys.
at the bottom?
I need to check something, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, so I've got magical dark vision for 120 foot, so I'll hang around outside.
So has the map come through now? Can you see?
Yes.
Yes,
I can.
sorry.
Yeah, I can't scroll it down to our characters. So. Can I
Oh,
extend? Oh, there we go. Can
Okay.
extend it. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I'm just going to move Ragnar now. He's right outside the main entrance.
Okay.
Roger.
Right. Well, to me, the death hole looks like between those two red buildings just to the east, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah, because those are
I'm
the
going
only...
to go on top of the actual place.
Yeah, that's what I did.
We
so-
need someone else watching the entrance because I can't watch that from up here. But I think from this building, I should be able to cover most of the alleys.
I'll
Yeah.
hang on this corner and I'll watch the main entrance and down the alley and the main street.
Unless you actually want to go inside the pub and
Look for predators.
yeah, maybe when this this elf Heldar leaves, leave it a few seconds, then go out after them.
With my awesome perception.
Yeah, okay, maybe I'll do that then.
And they're your kind of people, so you'll be able to recognise them.
Okay.
All right. Shall I hit the back alley over here?
Okay. So what time are you doing this? It's about 6 p.m. now.
Well, it was after midnight, wasn't it? That they've all.
Yeah. I don't want to go in there and get pissed.
From about 10 onwards, we'll start
Okay.
stakeout.
Oh, can I just AFK a second, guys? Sorry, I just need to look up.
Directly east of you, Ignatius, that alleyway, but also the one north of Dre. The two unlit alleyways.
Location of where it is and the gaps between the houses, I'll actually be able to run and jump between roofs probably as well. A bit of parkour.
Yeah.
I've got acrobatic skill.
Yeah, the two unlit alleyways are that big around that big building that Dre's next to, which you've got a good look at.
Yeah.
Rich can see it. Ragnar can see in the dark. I'm not. Basically, all three of you can see in the dark, and I can't. So it's best that you're out. Yeah.
Is there a lady? Do they have the Lady of the Nights?
There are pleasure houses and things. Then there's none hanging around on the street. Yeah.
Well, I'll pop into one and I'll hire one so that she can just stand there and talk to me all night. So it looks normal. Because a
Okay.
dwarf standing on a street corner in
You,
spiked armour, I look
Sorry,
silly.
Are you sure that's all you're interested in?
Yeah, for now.
Here we go.
Okay. She's going to charge you a gold piece.
That's fine.
For
Okay,
what?
Tick it off.
What you doing?
He's
Vanilla.
hiring a prostitute, Chris.
Nice.
Okay,
It
so at
said
about,
things didn't have to be fun.
at about 10 o'clock,
Oh,
Rich is talking to a prostitute
Moaning,
by one of the lanterns.
he's moaning about this quest. He's not a pub crawl. He's now.
It's basically a stag do. What are you moaning about?
I'm just trying to make the best of a shit situation.
Is it a human one? So basically, the boobs are straight in your eyes.
She is.
I'll take walk in at 10, take a pint to a table at the back that I can far from the door.
Okay.
Well, back to the wall.
Okay, so first thing, Ignatius, are you levitating up there, are you?
Is there any other way to get up there? Any
You could
trellis?
try climbing, but there's no ladder or anything like that.
Okay, what do I need? Acrobatics check.
Acrobatics, yes.
But can't you just use your levitation thing?
I can do, but I don't want to waste them. I've only got 3.
Okay. Then they recharge.
Yeah, in the morning.
Is it after midnight they recharge?
Okay, yeah, you do. You managed to climb up there, okay. Can you make a stealth check, please?
Oh,
Okay. Ragnar, I would like you to make a performance check, please. Okay. Dre, what are you doing other than lurking about in the shadows like Batman?
Ignatius. Pretty much that. Ignatius. Maybe it's time to put on the helmet.
Yeah, I'm wearing the mask. I'll wear the mask.
Okay. So guys, where do you think the best place for me to stay is? I think maybe this intersection here.
Or the one north of you, but just that.
Oh, wait, like that one over here.
Too busy putting my helmet to use.
By the well, yeah, because Ignatius can watch the one.
Oh yes, he can see down there, can't he?
Yeah. I'm just worried about that one because Ignatius has got the one directly to the east of him, and there's just the one directly to the east of you. It's those two that probably are good sites.
Neil, what's the lights in here like? Is it pitch black or is it?
It is getting very dark. Yes.
Alright.
I'll be in. So.
Tell me, Ignatius, what do your dragon eyes see?
Ignatius can see virtually nothing.
Can he? Well, I thought the
Because-
dragon masks helped.
The dragon mask gives him dragon vision.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Hang on, I'll read it out to you. Yes,
It
it
gives you
does.
dark vision 60 feet, and if you've already got dark vision, it gives you dark vision 120 feet.
Okay.
And I've got.
Dragon
Yes,
sight.
you're
You've got
right.
dark vision, 60 feet.
Yeah. Okay.
And I've got devil sight, haven't I? So I can.
Okay. Yeah.
Once
Magic.
per day, you can gain blind sight for out to 30 feet.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh wow.
Okay. Dre, can you make a stealth check, please?
Okay, we should have done that stealthy thing, shouldn't we? Stealth. Do dex.
Oops.
Oh, it did it twice.
Yeah,
Oh.
because of your armor.
Funk.
Okay.
Just brazen it out. Don't be stealthy. Just brazen it
Oh,
out.
so I'm just standing there. Yeah, I'm not moving. I'm just. This is 10. This is 10 o'clock, isn't it?
Okay.
Drunken lot.
And Merit, what are you doing?
I'm in the inn, nursing a pint at the back, furthest away from the door, with my back to the wall, watching the doorway.
Okay, make a perception check, please.
Okay.
What time is this? Is it 10 o'clock? Is it?
Yeah, just.
Oh
Oh.
my god! Look at that.
Okay. You see an elf in the tavern who matches Helder's description. He's having a drink, sitting quietly by himself.
I will relay this via the pin to the others. Target has entered the tavern. And I'll give a visual description of him so they can spot.
Understood. Merid, is there anyone wearing green
He
flag?
comes over that pin.
Hang on, I think I'm getting some interference. Yeah, I'm keeping my eye out for
How are you doing a prostitute with spiky armour? How's that work out?
It's not the helm of Fibbledwarf.
Sorry, I've just got to go and put Ruby to bed. Wait me a minute.
Okay, mate.
Yeah.
let's just role play Rich's sexual encounter for the next 5 minutes. Hot coffee.
My hunch is that the assailant won't enter the tavern. He's probably watching the exit of the tavern somehow.
You never know. Is there anybody in with green on black clothing?
with a great big two-handed swords on their back.
Really sharp scimitar. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always keeping an eye out to see if anybody's paying that elf any
They
attention.
don't seem to be. He seems to be making notes in a little notepad with a pencil.
Just doing your general secret agent business. Then we wait.
We wait for Ignatius to get back.
Yeah. I've got loads of.
Well,
It's getting a
you
bit
should-
busier now.
You should scope the bar, mate, just in case there's some green and black.
You need to be in bed.
Let me...
Oh, Neil, can we need to adjust my spells, mate.
All right, yeah.
Sorry,
We
yeah,
need
I
to
didn't.
adjust.
So on the
Sorry about
sorry, mate. So on the divine smite, we've done the one for if I use a paladin spell slot, but we need to change the one that if I use a warlock because I went from level 2 to level 3. So that's 4d8 now rather than
Hold
just
on.
3d.
Why is it 4d8?
Because you get one 1d8 and then an extra. You get 2d8 and then an extra 1d8 per spell slot level. So we hadn't reset it for when I leveled up the other week. We hadn't increased it to a third level spell
Oh,
slot.
Divine Smite level 3, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. So we need to change it from level 2 to level 3. And the only other one that scales is the Armour of Agathis. Down in the Warlock Way.
Yeah.
And that goes, so you get an extra 5 per spell slot level, so that's 15 temporary health points and 15 temporary cold damage. Thanks, man. What's that? On the combat tracker, Ragnar's got 4 wounds at the moment. What's that about?
Oh yeah, I need to. Hold on.
Or is that because he's having the life?
Sure.
He's having the life sucked out of him.
No, that was because he was getting them guards to punch him in the face.
Yeah. He's slept since then, though. So.
Is that the syphilis that he's just contracted?
Hero with Harpy is reenacting. He's role playing. You gnome harlots, get me to do your side quests.
Okay.
Thanks, Neil.
A little after midnight, you see your target stand up, drain his beer,
Moving.
and then start to move out.
Target is leaving.
Okay,
And target in sight. Over.
I reckon
Through a
they
window.
travel when he leaves, left or right out the door.
Oh, if there's a window at the outside, I'll just stand at the window with a pint.
Okay.
I'll draw Hazaram and just be quiet. Stealth.
Okay. You see him wandering past the window. He wanders past Ragnar.
Okay, don't follow Ragnar.
Direction of travel?
Turns left.
Heading to you, Ignatius. Okay. I'm gonna come out the pub and walk the other way.
Okay. Can everyone roll initiative, please?
Yeah.
Oh, 20!
Oh.
Look at that! That's the first 20 I've ever had.
Okay. Ignatius, you're first up. So this is just for the order of movement and so on. So you're moving 10 feet, are you?
Yeah, so I can see over the edge this side. Once I got the direction of travel, I knew which way to move.
Okay. Can you make a stealth check, please?
We have to let the bad guy follow him. We've got to make him comfortable.
Okay.
So don't move.
Dre,
You've got
you're
armor
next.
on.
What are you doing?
I'm not.
Move.
I'm just staying. I'm staying where I am.
Okay.
Don't make any movements.
So he's gonna move.
Crouching down.
Don't make any sounds.
I've got a dark brown leather
There.
coat on, and my dragon mask. I reckon I'm pretty. Invisible.
Marad, you're next.
Okay, moves 20 there, moves. I think I'm gonna. Oh, and then another 5 that way.
Dash.
Yeah.
Okay.
And no, I'm just walking normal. Blah 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 blah.
Ragnar.
I'll just watch him until
Yeah, don't follow.
if he turns right, I'm going to move with the prostitute across the bottom here to
Okay.
the other corner.
Main Street. Nice.
But you're not moving at the moment.
But no, if he carries straight on, when he gets a certain distance, when he starts approaching Dre, I will move to the corner that he's just about to pass with
Okay.
this lady.
Okay, you see him starting to disappear into the shadows. Ignatius, you're up next. What are you doing?
Crouching by the edge, watching.
Dre,
I guess.
I'm gonna cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
make a stealth check, please, Ignatius. Okay, sorry, what are you doing, Dre?
I'm going to cast Armor of Agathis on myself to give myself some temporary hit points.
Yeah, okay. We got it.
Okay.
No line of sight yet.
Okay.
There you go. I marked it off.
Oh
And
my 50.
do the damage, the damage thing? Do I have to put that? I put that myself as well, don't I?
No.
Oh, I don't. I've just done it anyway. Sorry.
Right, you've just taken.
Have I just taken the temporary wound points off?
No, it's all right. It's okay. You haven't done it. You haven't put it on.
Okay, great. So yeah, and again, I'm not moving. Yeah, can I turn my? I'll touch my rod of infernal. No, I can't do that because that's an action. So yeah.
Touch your rod.
Okay.
Okay.
He comes up here. Turns the corner.
Oh, he's moving the wrong way.
I delayed my action, so
You can't delay movement. No.
Oh, okay. Well, at
He
your
reaches
discretion, I will move to that corner.
Okay, married.
Nobody's told me where he's going. So
He's turned right.
Yeah, he's gone right.
hang on, can I scroll that down?
Heading east.
I'll just stop there and wait in the corner. But
Okay.
attend to a buckle upon my shoe, crouched down, as if
Rich,
my shoe buckle
You're
was
moving
coming
there, are you?
Yeah, I'll just get
You
there
dashing?
later. No,
No,
yeah, I'll sort of run, sort of hand in hand
If
and
you're taking
giggling.
the dash action, you can move all that way. If not, you can only move halfway.
Yeah, with the prostitute, and I'll pretend we're giggling
Okay,
and
she
running.
can't run that fast. You're faster.
you rip her arm off.
I'll just fucking drag her. I'll just drag her.
She's only holding on with her mouth, isn't she?
Hey!
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a dash.
That's
1,
gross.
2, 3,
You have the
4,
arm.
5, 6, 7.
Alright.
Your face is all grazed.
And make a stealth, please, Ragnar.
What's the point?
Oh god, yeah. What is the point?
Oh my lord.
Hey.
Could have been worse.
Maybe.
That's
Maybe
right.
it wasn't the noisiest approach to the corner.
Ignatius, what are you doing?
Even dragging a prostitute down the street.
Oh shit! Do I do this?
Oh, mate, you can
No,
just.
there's no need to move, is there? I mean, you got range.
I'm gonna wait.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait. If he turns the corner, I'm gonna leap onto the roof to the north of
Okay,
him.
you can only hold actions, you can't hold movement. So you could do that next round.
Yeah, I'll do that next round.
Oh, I'll do it now anyway.
Ragnar. Oh.
We haven't been told that this guy's got to survive.
No, I know, but you're still going to have to be closer, aren't you, Ignatius? Anyway.
We just got to make sure the guy doesn't run away after he's killed him.
Come on, stealth boy. This is your job.
Yeah, he's the furthest
Are you,
away.
you taking any action, Ignatius, or not?
No.
Okay. Dre.
Right, I'm going to walk over here.
Okay, make a stealth check, please.
Should have done that stealthy thing, shouldn't we, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 16 would have been good.
Take your armor off.
Would have been better
Bang,
than 6,
bang.
anyway. Commoner comes here.
Yeah, that's it only lasts an
Turns
hour.
the
though,
corner.
put it out.
And as he gets there,
Oh, hello.
Saloons de Brandas.
That was exactly where I said the
Figure.
Death Alley was.
Nobody
Wings
expects
out
the Spanish
of
Inquisition.
the shadows.
It's Legolas.
If he goes invisible, we're going to have trouble tracking him down.
Who is he?
It's...
I can see him. I can see through magic.
Oh, shit.
And the figure slumps to the ground.
Jesus. One hit.
And with that,
That's his action.
that's his action. He's got his move. What's he gonna do? He
To the inn.
is going to.
And hand himself in.
Go for a pint.
Yeah.
He
He's done.
rounds that corner,
That's for murder pint.
and you lose sight of him.
A murder pint.
And he disappears.
Well, you lose sight of him.
Hmm.
No one can see him. Okay. Ignatius.
Okay. Whilst muttering about the psychology of a killer who standard would move away from the body they've killed instead of stepping over it, I run and jump over there.
Okay, make an
Oh, I don't.
acrobatics check, please.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Got a levitating
Hardcore goes
staff.
wrong. My legs! My legs! Oh dear. Oh, yeah, that's got to be.
That dex. Though.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, you can only move half your distance. You slip and slide as you land. Slide slightly back down the roof. Manage
Dash
to
it, baby.
pull yourself back up using your other half of movement, so you can move
Okay.
to about there.
Okay.
Dash it.
He headed north.
Are you doing anything else?
Apart from saying over my harbour pin, he headed north at the corner.
Understood.
Ignatius.
Tango down. Great.
No, it's me, isn't it? I can't get around the corner. So what I'll do is I'll move to here, and then I'll cast darkness on myself.
Okay.
As one of my tiefling powers.
Okay. Yeah. Tick it off.
The guy runs into a wall.
And
And what's the radius on that? Is it 15 feet radius or diameter?
sorry, mate.
15-foot radius sphere. Okay.
Yep.
Fucking miles away.
It's like everyone's doing your dirty work for
Why
you.
can't I
Dave.
move that? Why isn't it moving?
Because your powers are
There
weak.
we go. Okay. That's it, is it?
Bonus sections. No, because I can't see him yet.
Well, just run out and keep an eye. You should get an eye on him.
I can't get around the corner, mate.
You could have dashed.
Yeah, and then got hit.
No, he's used the...
Yeah, well, that's all right.
No, I'd
Got
rather
15 temporary hit points.
not. I think this guy chops people's heads off. Oh no, I'm done. Thanks, mate.
Okay. Married.
You're like, that's so far away.
Married dashes. Come back, Ragnar!
He's running faster with a prostitute.
Yeah, he's got 25.
Yeah.
Okay, that was using your dash action, so
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
else?
No.
Okay, Ragnar.
Right, I'll push the prostitute away. Thanks
Okay.
for that. Cheers, love.
Thank-
And I will
Call me.
move. I will move my full 70 feet.
Okay. As you come around the corner, you glance to your side, you see the decapitated body of the elf there. And you can see...
It's only an elf.
Oh, hold on. Maybe you can't see him.
Now we know.
If you run, you'll
Oh no,
only die
he didn't.
tired.
He couldn't make a. He couldn't hide that round because he'd attacked. Oh hi, darling. Okay, give me 10 minutes and I'll do it. Okay. We have a spider situation. I'm going to have to deal with in a minute. Okay. Okay, yeah. So you can see a figure lurking in the shadows. You can make out. You do have dark vision, don't you?
Yep.
It's a tall, lithe elf, but with jet black skin and white hair.
Wow. I know about Dark House, don't I? Because
You
of
do from
watching
the
Fake
Underdark.
Blue.
Yeah, it's a drow.
Ooh.
Okay. Any bonus action, Ragnar?
If you can
Well,
just.
I need to subdue him, so. But I need to get him to 0 hit points to do that. So.
He can't run if he's only got one leg.
That is true. We have healing magic. So yeah, I'm gonna rage with my bonus action.
Yeah.
Because if he throws a dagger at me, I'm still raged.
Yeah.
So. And
Okay.
I need my damage.
Put rage on
Reduction.
yourself then.
Just be careful,
Oh, yeah.
Ragnar, because obviously I've got darkness on, so you'll have disadvantage in that. But then so will he, if it makes it that far. But then if you've got advantage with rage, that puts you back to net neutral.
I'll just deal with the immediate for now.
Yeah.
That's it, isn't it? Raged.
That's it, yeah. Okay.
I assume he see me coming.
Oh, he's seen and heard you, yeah.
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
Like I said, if you run, you'll only die tired.
Okay, let me just check something. Okay. He sees you coming, turns, raises his arm towards you. And the first thing is... Oh, he does get multi.
It's really a lady's handbow.
Maybe he's got that magical blade. Magic. If it was super sharp, then maybe it's magical. Then. Not a sword. It's like,
There is a huge explosion of noise and a flash of light.
Whoa. Poisonous pistol.
what?
Two shots ring out. You hear, or feel rather, something whiz past your head, Ragnar. Just making notes of the number of shots.
That's good. He didn't run.
And he's going to run now.
Oh, he didn't dash, so that's good.
Yeah, you feel rather than hear the shots whizzing past your head. There's a loud brief flash of light.
Pistol.
Oh, I've got him.
And then he
I've got him
turns
next
out,
round.
1, 2, 3.
He took an action. He should have run. He should have run. He's mine. Look at my dash
Okay.
action. He's mine.
Ignatius.
It's in my sphere. There's Ignatius in me first.
Okay.
It's gonna be good.
I'm gonna run.
Okay. You run,
Well, yeah,
slipping and
please.
sliding across the roof tiles, but managing to hold yourself up as you do so.
I won't be able to see him from where I am, so that's my go.
Okay.
Do you want to do another move?
Any bonus
Oh,
or anything?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I might as well dash if I'm not going to be able to do anything. Run to the peak.
Okay. You can see him now.
Right. Well, I can't do anything because I dashed.
Merritt. Oh no, Dre. Sorry.
Right, it's me. Right, so yeah, I'm going to come around the corner and
Now we can't see him.
engage him.
I've got to say it. Don't forget about Dre.
Dum, 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 dum.
Okay.
Back is intercepted. And we can't see him.
Yeah,
But he's blinded virtually.
You're gonna want to cancel that darkness, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
It takes an action to do that.
But if the guy moves away, Chris will get.
Don't worry. If he hits you, you'll break your concentration anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
If he can see.
Well, that's the whole thing. So he's got disadvantage. I've got advantage. So right, I'm going to hit him with the Hazuran.
Oh God, stay up on that roof.
Oh my god.
We don't really need him alive, do we?
Oh, it's been too long.
So Neil, because now I leveled up, I've got 2 attacks. Yep. So with
This assassin is about to have a very bad night.
the thirsting blade. So
Hold on.
So is anybody in the general vicinity?
Why do you get 2 attacks?
because I took the Eldritch Invocation Thirsting Blade. So you attack with your packed weapon twice instead of once.
Yeah, the Hazaron isn't your packed weapon.
No, we did. I made it my packed weapon.
No,
didn't I?
you can't make a sentient weapon into your packed weapon. Read your
I thought we-
abilities.
No, I thought we agreed in the
No.
actual thing.
No,
See now, so I thought
never
that,
had
but
this
then
discussion.
We did.
No,
and
we
'cause
didn't.
We did the meditation thing.
No, that's
not
to
angry
attune
with
it.
GM.
Doesn't make it your packed weapon. Packed weapons can't be sentient weapons.
Okay. All right. I'll just hit it. Hazaran then.
Okay.
Oh,
Uh,
that's going to be enough.
Well, it should be advantage
Probably.
actually. So can I roll another one? Because that should be an advantage. So just in case it's a.
He's blinded. You haven't got him targeted, that's why.
Oh right. Sorry.
But you've hit anyway.
Yeah, sorry. Neil, I thought we had the conversation about it becoming the pack weapon.
No.
You said it was alright.
No, we
Okay,
didn't have
well,
that conversation because it says in the rules that you can't make sentient weapons packed weapons.
all right. Well, I wouldn't have chosen that invocation then.
That's quite good to use if you use your glaive or whatever as a packed weapon, and then you get 2 attacks with it.
Okay. All right. So I'll just roll another d20, shall I?
Well, you've
Alright,
hit
so-
anyway, so I
Yeah,
suppose
I know,
you could
but
have seen if
but
it was critical.
if it was critical. Yeah, exactly.
good point.
That's what I was doing that for. Okay, so that's hit.
Yep.
Damage.
Oh Jesus, here we go.
It's not that bad.
It's tough.
Oh, I should have done. Fuck yeah.
Bonus.
Okay, hold on. Hazaron. Is vampiric? Is that a separate thing, or I'm trying to remember now?
Well, no, because I've
been a
already
while.
got. Yeah, so I get 1d4 temporary hit points, but they don't stack though, do they?
No, they don't.
And he can't re-heal though.
Cannot heal what is not wounded.
Oh, that's a bit of a bummer.
Yeah,
I got dibs on
you,
them. I got dibs on them pistols.
Yeah, they're pretty cool, aren't they?
Okay, you feel the life force being sucked up the blade and a gasp in the darkness. Okay, any bonuses?
Drake jizzes in his pants.
Actually, I should have. Yeah, come on. I'll cast my Hexblade Curse on him as a bonus action then.
Okay.
So I put the cursed effect on him, don't I?
Put the curse effect on him.
And I put the crit.
The
And-
other effects, the other 2 effects you've got on yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. All right, done.
Okay. Married.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you're still running. This is all going to be over by the time Married gets there.
I'm coming!
Okay. Any bonuses?
Nah. No, nothing.
Ragnar.
Right, can I see him still, or is he running
No,
to
he's just run into an impenetrable sphere of blackness.
But you kind of know where he was, so you can kind of.
Swinging your dick.
You just get disadvantage.
Well, if I can't see him, I can't hit him.
Well, no, I think when I read up the rules, it says that you know roughly where they were. So like you say, you kind of go in.
You can try and hit
target
him, you get disadvantage to the attack.
Yeah, that's all that happens. You get disadvantage. But if you're raged, it just means you're at normal.
Well, I'm a little concerned about being in a cube of darkness with a paladin swinging a fucking evil sword, to be honest.
Yeah, there is that.
There is that, yes.
I mean, I don't mind charging 4 ogres that I can fucking see. Well, first of all, I've got to move. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to there, to the edge of the cloud, and I will try and chuck a javelin at him.
Okay, disadvantage on your attack.
So I click the disadvantage button, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
Are you still raged?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the guy attacked me.
Oh.
Nope. And I'll chuck another one. Don't know why I only rolled 1 dice the first time.
Because it range. Because
Because it offset your
you had disadvantage. You
Oh,
should have had
yeah,
disadvantage
sorry.
on that one as well.
Yeah, sorry,
So
I
you
forgot
dropped
to...
an 8 plus a 7 is a 15. The second one misses as well.
Yeah, okay, I can't reckless attack on range, so... Yeah, okay, that's my go done then, thanks, Neil.
Okay, mate. Okay.
Interesting.
He's going to move.
I get an attack of opportunity. Yeah.
You
I
do.
can see
Yeah.
perfectly in there. So
1, 2, 3,
so that's an advantage. Yeah.
6. Yes, it is.
Just fucking run the other way, and you're gonna run back again now.
Okay. Oh, it didn't roll 2.
Did you
Did you
click
click
the advantage
advantage?
button?
Oh no, sorry, I didn't.
Roll
Right,
another
so I'll
one.
just- Oh, what?
Okay. And then he's going to turn around and fire 2 shots into the blackness. So target Dre. And target Ragnar. Gets disadvantage.
Yeah.
First one. Hits.
Okay, I'm gonna select lucky. I'm gonna invoke Unogfell and roll an extra 1, which means that I can choose whichever one it is, isn't it? So 9. So of the 3 dice that were rolled, the lowest one, please.
Which is the 9.
Oh, is it? Well,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm a little lumpy leprechaun.
got a warlock something.
Okay, so that's 9 plus 6 is 15, which I think misses you, doesn't it? Just.
Yeah, I got 16,
Just. Okay. His second shot.
Good drill.
Disadvantage. Also misses. Okay. Ignatius.
He's gone
Nail
west.
that bastard.
Yeah.
Ignatius? Mark?
Or was he
Uh,
putting the
Sorry, I forgot. No, I forgot I was muted. I was talking to you. You just
Oh.
couldn't hear me.
Ah,
I'm going to activate a blind sight on the mask, which it doesn't say it takes any actions at all.
Okay.
Notice that he's not there anymore.
Mhm.
Quick scan of the alley says he's not there, so I'm going to move to that.
No, I did say you went west. Sorry, I did
Oh, did
communicate.
you?
He's moved.
Yeah,
He's gone west.
Can I see him?
you can.
Okay.
Unleash the beast.
Go Ignatius, I'm the cat that booms. My ice in your brains like Mary Red's mushrooms. I'm deadly. When I sing this dope melody, anything less is a Waterdeep felony. Love it or leave it, you better give way. You better hit the bullseye, cause here comes Dre. If you're the problem, yo, we'll solve it. Check out his axe whilst Ragnar resolves it.
Brilliant.
Okay.
That's cracking.
I'm gonna cast
You still got
I'm gonna
inspiration.
cast Ice Bolt at him.
Okay.
Yeah, don't matter, it was fun anyway.
Oh, no, it's just saying you could use it,
Keep it up, man. Keep it up.
but it's probably not.
At what level?
I should be doing the rapping.
Okay, I'm gonna cast it at the 3rd level. I'm gonna keep it at 3rd. Take
Third
him
level?
off.
Okay, yeah.
Don't forget, if he's got cold resistance, my elemental ability cancels it out.
Okay, he doesn't. Thank you. Okay,
Oh,
he passed
fuck.
his save. Roll damage.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to re-roll 3 of them. Let me just tick my
Okay,
font magic.
that's 4.
26 plus 3 dice.
-4 plus.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
An extra
holy
set.
fuck.
40 damage.
So
Okay.
it takes 20.
Jesus.
Hey, he's quite hard.
Yeah, he is.
40 damage.
I took 20 off him as well.
Took your spell off.
You tickled him. Yeah, you tickled him.
But I know that's the whole thing. It's,
Anything else,
Yeah, I did 18.
I'll
Ignatius?
fuck this up.
That's it.
This guy is rock.
Dre, you're up.
Okay.
You want to cancel that cube so we can see what the fuck's going on?
Where did he go?
Can actually hit the cunt.
He's getting away! Come on!
Alright, I'm going to cast Hypnotic Pattern on him. Oh, actually, it's really big, isn't it?
But there's the height thing.
Yeah, I'm going to cast a Hypnotic Pattern on him, but basically just so it's that corner on him, so everybody else over there is...
Get him base to base
Well
first,
done.
so we get an attack of up.
No, but it's my action casting
30-foot
Hypnotic.
Yeah, but
cube.
you can move and then do an action.
There we go.
Well, in that respect, no, I'll move back. Yeah, so I'll move back so that gives Ragnar a
Yeah,
bit
so
of...
I can reach him next turn.
Exactly, yeah. So, actually, you can run past me anyway, but yeah.
What are you doing? You're moving back, yeah.
I'm going to move back, and then can you put the corner of the 15-foot thing on him so that it doesn't affect Ignatius.
Right.
I won't be able to see him. Don't do that. I won't be able to see him to hit him if he's in the darkness. I'll be at
He's
disadvantage.
not. I've moved over. I'm the dark.
Just please, Chris, fuck the darkness off.
I can't. It takes an action to do that, mate.
So
I've moved out.
use an action to do it.
No, because I'm freezing him. I'm trying to freeze him in place.
Okay.
Leave the darkness where it is then.
Have you got him
On you.
targeted, Chris?
Yes.
Okay, click the cast
Darkness is on
button.
Chris, so you
The
can
darkness,
move through.
mate. You're fine.
Oh,
Oh,
genius!
he's failed.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
there's a brief flash in the air, a strange swirling pattern of colours that appears just for an instant and then disappears. But I just want to check,
It'd be good if you could all
because
just wait
he's
till
an elf. I think he has Fey ancestry.
sleep charm.
Yes, can't be charmed magic, can't put to sleep.
That's not hypnotic.
It's not, is it? It becomes charmed for the duration. So he can't be charmed.
He can't be charmed.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
bollocks.
So there's a brief flash in the air.
And he's fine. Arse.
Nice idea.
Okay. Yeah, that's worth a try.
Didn't work
Okay,
out,
well, that's it.
unfortunately.
Bollocks. Okay. Right. Well, I can't do anything else then, really.
Okay. Let me just double check that he's completely immune. He's not resistant or something like that.
Or no elves can be charmed.
Has advantage on saving throws, so he gets another save.
All right.
So he could still hit.
But I can also use.
So click the cast button again and see if
Okay.
see if he saves or not. If he fails again, then he did fail again. Okay, he suddenly stops in his tracks.
How long does it last for?
That's it. He's frozen, guys.
Can you wait till I get there?
It lasts for a minute, I think. Yeah.
Minute to
Okay,
minute.
married.
He's frozen.
Pumping my fucking legs as fast as I
Married's still coming. Wait for me. Okay, Ragnar, you're up.
1,
So he's frozen in place, Rich.
He's just standing still, staring at the air in front of
If you attack
he's
him,
prone as well.
no. Right.
No.
He's frozen in place. If you attack him, he'll come out of it. Let's wait until Merritt gets here.
What are you doing, Ragnar?
Take this.
Let's just.
Would I unfreeze him if I took my rope out and like literally tied him up?
Apparently it says no. You've
Question.
got to be shaken. So. The
Ragnar,
pattern
what are you
appears
doing?
from-
There's no time for a big conversation.
Okay, I'm going to take my rope out and I'm going to wrap it round him basically,
Behind him. Yeah, that's good.
and bind him
Gonna time up.
Nice.
Okay.
if he's frozen.
Yeah, you've got to take an action to shake them out of the stupor. And you're not doing that, are you? You're actually.
No, I'm going to tie him up.
Oh, and we've got alive. Whoa.
Okay.
Remove his weapon.
Well, eventually.
His arms are bound. Yeah, his pistols are already in my belt, mate.
Well, are you tying him up or are you taking his pistols?
I'm tying him up now.
Okay.
Like all the rope round him. He's like a mummy. He ain't getting out of this unless he's got some kind of witchcraft.
Yeah, he doesn't get a save every round either.
It's
Nice. Okay, so yeah, he's helpless. At the moment, Ignatius.
Okay.
You want to put him to sleep or something, mate, just to make sure?
Probably wouldn't be able to. And it only lasts 1 minute anyway.
Alright, just chin him then.
I'm going to just stay where I am and watch, and there's not much I can do
Okay.
if he's...
Dre, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, really? Oh, God, of course, yes.
Oh, boys.
It's all right, guys.
Look.
I've got some luck left.
Oh dear.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll
you find
I'll
yourself running forwards.
I'm going to spend a luck point to re-roll then.
You don't want this to connect with me. I've got a new axe.
Boys, this.
There we go. There we go.
Okay,
It's
you
another
actually
day.
start to step forwards. Your eyes go black for a moment, and it takes incredible willpower, but you manage to stop. Sheath has a run.
Okay, as my action, I'll disengage darkness.
Okay.
I think it takes an action to do that.
Yep.
Doesn't it? Yeah. And then I'll move forward, move up to Ragnar. Nice binding.
Okay. Merid.
I'll take the weapon off. Has he still got his swords, or has he got?
He's got a scimitar and the pistol.
All right. Well, I'll take the scimitar off him.
Just take his weapons off him, Chris.
No, you can take the pistol.
No, I ain't gonna use a pistol, mate. Just arm him.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
arm him, just arm him.
Exactly. That's
Ragnar.
just to de-risk it.
Right, I will leg him up and make sure he's prone now. While he's bound.
Okay.
And I'll put my foot on his throat so he can't go anywhere. And hold my axe to his head, just in case. And if he fucking twitches, he's dead.
Okay.
Anybody speak Dark Elf?
No.
Nope.
Speak common.
Okay.
Not for us to
It's gonna
keep it,
take. So what are you gonna? What are you waiting for? What are you gonna do?
Waiting for the other boys to get here.
You're all there apart from Merid, so.
I know, but Merritt's the key one, isn't he?
Okay, Merid, do you want to move up to somewhere then?
Yeah, around the corner.
Maybe a shoulder, let's take him back.
Do you know what I'm going to take? Has anyone else got another rope? I'm going to take another rope.
Yeah, I've got another rope, mate.
Yeah, right. We'll tie him up with another rope as
Good
well.
idea.
This guy's not getting away, and we're going to
Guard
drag
him.
him. We'll drag him through the streets back to his known friend.
To the prancing
Gag
pony.
him.
Okay, hold on.
No,
Your armour
I think-
fades then, Dre, I think. How long does it last, your armour of Agathis? Is it? It's not an hour, is it?
It's
Maybe
no. I think it's 1 minute actually. Not 1 minute. Sorry.
You might have friends.
It's an hour.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's 1 hour. Yeah, it's an hour.
Okay.
Nice use of. I want to go back to the body of the agent, and remove any jewelry or icons of Zhentarim on him.
Okay.
So he
Yeah,
can't be
you don't
identified.
find any icons of Zhentarim or jewellery on him.
Okay, that's enough.
How long does that hypnotic pattern last?
A minute, was it?
It's 1 minute.
Up to
Yeah, yeah.
minutes,
Well, I mean,
yeah.
the thing is, Rich has already poleaxed him, hasn't he? So he's put him on the ground. So that would have probably woken him up.
Yeah, I should have knocked him out, really. Can I?
No, we
Oh,
could-
doesn't matter. I'll do it next turn when it's my next guy. I'll knock him out. I'll use a subdue attack.
We've got. I chucked the rope over to
What are we
Ragnar as I
talking?
went down, and we're taking.
can't speak
back
drow.
to Yamna.
It's going to be. Oh no, but he can speak. He'll be able to speak common. It's going to be quite difficult carrying him through the streets, isn't it? I mean, we've got the warrant, but
No.
yeah,
Yeah, we've got the writ. Anybody comes up to us, fuck off.
people aren't
Council
going to.
business.
I know, but we've got to justify that. that was one of the
We're
things.
carrying.
Yeah, we're using it not for the dragon.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah, might want to take that dragon mask off if we're taking him through the streets.
I think we should do a bit of questioning here, just in case.
Let's take him to jail.
All right, we'll ask
Yeah.
him a few questions.
Yeah, that's. I think we should.
Oh, okay.
So, what was the other side of the organisation called?
The
Manchuri.
Manchuri.
Manchuri. Are you working for the Manchuri, my friend?
Manchun.
He's still
Axe on
just
throat.
staring into the air at the moment.
Are you still frozen?
Yeah.
I'll give him a little shake with my foot.
No. If he's got a poison pill in his mouth or something,
Has he been gagged?
Nope.
let's take him
Okay.
to Tiamat.
He starts to come round.
Might get some extra coin.
He starts struggling, then looks up at you with the axe against his head and just smiles at you.
Oh, this is not your lucky day, son. You picked on the wrong people.
Not scared of death, a man after my own heart.
And now there's going to be a reckoning. You're about to meet a friend of mine, and she'd like to have a few words. Shall we go meet her, chaps?
Yeah, I'll stick the drow over my shoulder. Fucking carry him.
To the
Okay.
yawning portal.
As
Neil,
you
can
go
I-
to pick him up, he
Yeah, Neil,
looks
can I-
at you and he says, "Go throw yourself in the dock." Make a wisdom saving throw, please, Ragnar.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have gagged him.
I've checked. It requires verbal. It doesn't require somatic. So it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
He's
that
trying
he's
to
down.
wriggle out of this, isn't he? He's trying to wiggle out. We've
Is
got him.
is my mic still muted?
No,
No,
we
we can hear you.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Gag him. We should gag him. We should gag
Yeah,
him.
Yeah, no, everyone ignored you. I was just sitting there
Yeah,
thinking, oh shit.
I thought we had gagged him, but yeah.
Right, he gets gagged now.
Hold on, let me see if you make your
Yeah, that'd be-
save first.
If I make the save.
You rolled a 15. Let me see what his attack is. Spellcasting.
He's clawing at straws. He's clawing.
He is. He's desperate. Trying to get out. DC 14. You
Oh!
just saved.
Jesus.
Okay.
Now he's getting gagged.
That's a good job because he was going to do it again in 6 seconds time.
Okay. All right. Let's not question him here then.
Right, and he's getting bound with another rope as well.
Okay. I've got to go and sort Jess out, guys, and find the
yeah.
spider,
Alright.
so I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. Cool.
Okay, cool. Right, go for a piss.
Yeah, me too.
Sneaky games master.
Oh, we sat here going, you should gag him. You gag him. You should gag him. I've said it about 6 or 7 times. Solon Zibrindas. He was pretty tough. We only got him down to moderate.
Good job on the freeze. Good job, team.
Yes.
We have ourselves a drow assassin.
When you're furloughed until, Rich?
26th of June, I think. No.
Um,
Well, I was due back on the 9th, and I've been furloughed for another 3 weeks after the 9th.
Mind you, it makes sense for a business to do it, mate, you know, if they've only got a little bit of work in.
Yeah, I'm just doing what I'm told, mate. Just doing what I'm told, keeping the monkey in the cage. My MOT's getting paid off for every month I'm off. It's paid off in... I think I paid it off in July. So, if it comes to it, I'm under no obligation to stay with Halfords. So I have options after that. Now I have an MOT as well.
Right, when's it get paid off?
July, I think. 9 months it took to pay off, and I did the course in December. So...
Right.
So December, January, February.
Yeah, next month.
Yeah, so next month. It's just I'm 400 quid a month down, so it's. I mean, we're managing, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm getting further. I need to pay. I've got some money tucked aside to pay for the council tax, but catch up with that. I don't know whether it's going to be enough, but that was money. Half of that money was for my bike balloon payment, but I need to get my full wages back so I can start, because I need to start. I've got 2 years to save up that, because when I get to the end of my PCP, I just want to walk in the shop or phone up Santander and pay them 4,600 and the bike's mine. So
right.
That's the plan. If that's not the case, then I'll just have to trade in and have another bike. But I didn't, because I want to. Me and Becky talked about getting a house, so obviously paying 190 quid a month for a bike, I don't, we need to be saving for a mortgage, so
absolutely, it's money that could be saved.
So this is why I say it's my last bike, for a good reason as well. It's a good bike, so and it's a new bike, so I don't really need another one. I'd only change it if the only reason I change my bikes is, one, I put quite a lot of miles on them, and two, that I just fancy something a bit different. But
my God, amazing bike, and it's 10 years old.
Yeah, it's like you say. It's just taken me a while to find the bike that I've sort of the one. So yeah, I've had good bikes. I've had lovely bikes. But I was never. I don't think I was as passionate about motorcycling as I have been since my divorce. So I was very reluctantly sold my Africa, but it paid off a debt and gave me the money to buy the new one, so it's kind of worked itself out. So, but yeah, just being down on money's it's you know what it's like treading water. So
yeah, not nice. Feel like you're getting nowhere.
Yeah, it's seems to be a bit of a repeat pattern, to be honest. But the pay rise was supposed to.
One day you'll break free, mate.
Yeah, I was looking for. I was supposed to get my pay rise and all this furlough stuff's kicked off, and that extra money would have been, there to pay things off and get us back on track. And
yes.
But obviously I'm going to have to be patient, because I want to stay with Halfords, because they are. Although my manager and area manager are a dickhead, Halfords are generally a good company to work for, and I'm a little bit protected by the HR.
Yeah, you get the bonuses that come with it, the pension and all that shit that they'll be paying for you.
I haven't got a pension, so and that they've got a good HR department, so
right.
They do everything by the book. So, and as long as I don't do anything wrong, they have no, all I do is go in and I do my job. So they have no reason to get rid of me. But I've been reading up on the furlough rules, and they can make people redundant if they want to on furlough.
Yeah.
They are under no obligation to keep me. But luckily, I fall into that category because I'd worked for them long enough that I'm, I've got a few more rights, sort of thing. So
that's good.
I think I just cleared it 6 months. I just cleared 6 months, so. Which is why I'm still getting paid 80%, otherwise they wouldn't have to pay me 80%. It's a little confusing, to be honest, when you read it all. Well, at first I feel I get a bit lost in it, but I'm just you know, yeah, all right, boss. When he rings me up and tells me I'm being furloughed, I go, yeah, fine, okay. Just doing what I'm told.
Yeah.
Toe the party line.
Mm-hmm.
Gets you places.
Yeah, and if it ends up being in some form of constructive dismissal or some way, because my manager's got a grudge against me, which I don't know.
Well, it'd be, if they are going to do that, it'd be a redundancy, but at least you've had like 3 or 4 months' pay.
Yeah, and a break. So my hand's healed, you know, so it's good.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't healing, being at work very well. But yeah, I don't know. But when Becky's worked, they've asked her for voluntary redundancies at her place. So
Oh, really?
yeah, that's why I'm quite keen to get back to work, just in case she has to take a voluntary redundancy.
Shit.
But we'll manage. Forgo a few luxuries. It's just pissing me off because of I can't do as much riding as I want because that bike drinks fuel. You know, if I go out for a good day on it, it's 50 quid, 50, 60 quid in the tank. And I can't afford to be putting 50, 60 quid in the tank. But me and Becky have been out for a couple of short rides. So.
I'm getting my bike on Tuesday.
Oh, nice. Sweet. Oh, we'll go out for a ride then, mate.
Yep. Yep.
No point wasting the furlough, mate.
Yep.
Oh, sorry about that.
No worries. Sorted?
Yeah. Is everybody here, or is people taking...
Yes, we're all, we're all here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So you have a trussed up, bound and gagged Dark Elf.
Yeah.
Oh, can I
Off the roof and levitate down?
Can I touch my rod of infernal oath to get that back? Oh, sorry.
In fact, oh,
To get a spell back.
You can. I mean, you used it once today already.
No.
It's got a tick on it. I'm sure you touched your rod earlier.
No, I've just ticked it.
Okay. So.
Do you know what? I was willing to be reasonable with this Dark Elf, but I am going to knock him out just for trying to put me under a spell.
Yeah, I think it might be easier. I agree.
We'll take him back alive, but it doesn't say what condition he's got to be in.
No. And then I'm going to chuck him over my shoulder and we'll march back. So, everybody's okay with that plan?
yeah, sounds good. Let's head back.
Just watch the spikes.
Yawning.
Before his mates turn up, we don't want to be dealing with 5 or 6 of these.
Initially, he's struggling, but after a while, he just gives up.
Is that because he's unconscious?
Oh yeah, you're knocking him unconscious, are you?
I'm fucking knocking him out, mate.
Okay. Okay.
None of this assassin underhanded escape pill popping. This guy's coming in alive.
Right, yeah, we're supposed to make a very interesting sight on our way back to the Yawning Portal.
Indeed. Are you taking him into the Yawning Portal like that?
No, actually, I think we
Fuck
should
it, yeah.
out.
That's way
Funny as
outside.
fuck.
That's in
Would
an
you want me
alley.
to go on
Yeah, you
ahead and
should.
get Jamna to meet us outside?
Yes, I think that'd be a good idea.
I'll do that.
I think we should just walk in, dump him on the table and say, beers are on you, sweetheart.
There are guards at the Yawning Portal.
They've got guards. haven't they?
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
No,
we'll-
on your shoulder, Master Dwarf. Oh, it's a
Oh.
dog.
I'll go on ahead and we'll go on a brisk walking
We'll
pace.
wait in
What
a
about
side alley.
no, we can't keep using the writ because we were using it for long.
Exactly, yeah.
We don't
I'm going to
want
have to put
take
charges on that, Rip. Use it 3 times a day.
Yeah. I'll go off ahead at a brisker walking pace. And see if I
Okay.
can get to the Yawning Portal before them. I think they've got that guy under control.
Yeah, we're going to make quite a brisk pace there because obviously if he doesn't report back, they might send out scouts looking for him. So
Okay, yeah, you head back.
Looks like I've got to run then.
That's all you've been doing.
No, you're knackered.
Ragnar's just walking along beside you
No,
as
they're
you're
bolts.
sprinting.
Yep.
Okay, yes,
I've
you
got a
make
drow on
your
my
way
belt.
back to the Yawning Portal without incident. Mered, you head in to get Jamna.
Yep. Take a few deep breaths. Well, that went well for us, but not so well for Heldar, unfortunately. But we've got someone you might like to have a word with, Mr. Saloon. I don't know his name actually. Sorry.
Ragnar just turned round. Shoot the dark elf. Oh no, you're there on your own, aren't you?
Yeah. You won't be allowed in with it because the guards.
Yeah, we've got someone you might need a word with.
Oh.
We've got him.
Okay. Where is he?
They're bringing him along behind. Perhaps this isn't the place to bring a trust up, drow.
Indeed. All right,
Especially
you can
if
show me.
Amnar's going to double cross us and ambush us, and she's in on it for the first place.
Okay, yep, you lead her outside.
Alright.
I take you go into an alley or something just off the main
I
route.
take off my dragon mask.
Hang on, chaps. Wait there. I'm bringing Jamna to us. Just get off the main street. Perhaps.
All right.
Okay. You take Jamna. She nods at you all, and then she sees the slumped form of the dark elf and raises an eyebrow. Oh, Saloon! Fancy seeing you here. Well, you did a good job, boys. I can take it from here. Well done. And she throws you a heavy pouch of coin.
I hope this little act will be looked upon some regard by our mutual friends. You know, scratch your back, scratch ours.
I'm sure it will. Just bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, married might work for you, but we don't, so you owe us a fucking favour, sweetheart.
That pouch contains a favour, I'll put it on the...
Wow, 1,000 gold. That's not bad.
That'll do. Yeah, alright.
You've done well, Mered. You shall no longer be known as Fang. From now on, you may call yourself Wolf.
Ow.
And she leans forwards and gives you a peck on the cheek.
It's back on.
Wow.
Back on.
Just three guys behind them all doing it. I hope we'll talk again sometime. And maybe I could do you another favour.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm certain of it.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, I was too busy. I'm off. No. Sorry, what did you say, Neil?
I'm certain of it.
Ah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Very good. We'll leave him with you then.
Yes.
You can catch up.
Right, we'll go in the pub for a beer then.
Yeah.
Okay, indeed. Well overdue.
Okay, it's the early hours of the morning, but you finally settle down with a drink that you can enjoy after the evening's events.
Well, my good friends, here's to you. You've done me a great favour, and I won't forget it.
Well, that was the
Oh,
easiest
for the
1,000
team,
gold I've ever made.
I'm glad we all came
And you
out of
got
it
a promotion
alive.
for running around in the alleyways. Well done.
And nobody got hurt for a change.
Didn't scratch any of you.
Hypnotic
Thanks to
pattern's
that
not bad, is it?
hypnotic.
Oh,
That was a good call. That was excellent.
And that was lucky as well because he had advantage, didn't he?
You had advantage on the save. Yeah. But yeah,
Good spot.
it worked.
well, we better get to bed because I think we're going to be heading out in the morning.
We've got a griffin to catch in the morning.
The 8:30 Griffin from.
And maybe your friends researched a bit more about your pointy friend.
Well, I think he's. I asked him to try and find a researcher, so I don't think I'm going to have a response. But we may by the time we get back from the next adventure.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I'd like to know a bit more about that before it takes somebody's head off.
Well, there is that.
Yeah.
But we need to find out what his motivations are.
Back to our estate.
Okay.
You
head up.
I never thought.
Sorry, Mered, go on.
I'd never thought I'd say that, but yeah.
Back to our estate.
Back to my castle.
Back to
You head back to
Milverstar Mansion.
the Ulverstar Manor. Slightly more jauntily than you left it in the morning after a good night's work. The guards nod at you as you head in. The rest of the staff have already gone to bed.
Didn't even get and that was without my 2 attacks that I don't get. It's good work.
Ragnar's made loads of dwarf friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, famous now.
Yeah.
You are. That's going to be the Ragnar Inn, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm going to come back after all this is over, and I'm going to buy the pub.
The bearded mermaid.
Yeah. Pay for the upkeep of the mansion. Yeah. Gotta make a penny.
The Rangers Rest.
Okay. You have a quiet drink together in the common room before you head up to your individual bench, and you settle down for the night.
Grand.
Cool.
Nice.
Okay. Take it you're going to have a long rest.
We've got dark patrol.
Okay. You wake up. It's already past breakfast time after the evening's exertions.
Great. I'll try and find.
What time have we got to catch this? Does anyone remember?
Wasn't it? No, I think we just have to turn up, don't we? It wasn't a. It was. It's our. We're driving the time period on it. It wasn't like the council, which was 8 o'clock, wasn't it?
Well, should we have some breakfast and go?
Dude, I'm gonna try and find out. Rajel, did you acquire an investigator?
Mr. Dree. He did actually. Yes. It may be a day or two, but he's gone to the library.
Okay. Good. That's what I wanted. Thank you for your help.
Hey, maybe if Rajel's mate finds any information, he could get it sent to us. But I don't know.
We don't know where we're going, do we?
We know a crow that always knows where we are.
That's true. What's for breakfast? What's if we've gone to sleep?
Yes, it is. It's about 10 a.m. now.
Right. Mushroom pancakes.
Yeah, Dorica will take requests. I mean, the spread rolls and some cereal and stuff, but the actual sort of hot breakfast has already been cooked and eaten by the guards, seeing as you've got up a bit late.
Put kettle on.
Alright.
You have a side of bacon there, Dorica?
I was going to say bacon sandwich, please.
I think so, yes.
Wonderful. Bacon and eggs would be wonderful.
All round.
Okay.
Ignatius, do you still have that mushroom in the jar?
I do.
We should try and think of a way to weaponize that.
How are you going to do that, Mered?
What the hell is that?
What are you doing?
Okay,
It's
hold on
permanent.
1 second, guys. Because it's just happened as that came through.
No, not really. That's
Have you-
what I've said.
Have you
That's
got
all I've
polymorph?
It's like as the minute you sent me that message, Dre's going, have you got that mushroom?
I mutter something very darkly in half. That Neil was really happy about.
Mered just sent me a private message saying the next person who mentions mushroom, blah 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 blah. And as soon as the message comes through, Dre's like, have you still got that mushroom?
Ice in your brains like Mered's mushroom.
Are you going to turn me into something? Are you going to turn me into a mushroom, Mered?
No, I don't want to see any more fucking mushrooms.
There is that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Okay.
The Griffins.
So yes, you have a nice breakfast. It's not quite as fresh as normal because you're a little late down to it, but it does the job.
Right.
Better find Bale Branter at the castle and get a ride out on these griffins then, haven't we?
Roger, we will be gone for a few days. Just going to tell the staff.
Oh, right, you are.
It might be an extended period of time. I hope everything's in order here. Is there anything you need if we're gone for several weeks?
I don't think so, Mr. Merritt.
Do you keep homing pigeons here or ravens
No.
that know this as a okay, maybe you should investigate that for when we return so that we could relay message.
Where are we going?
To
We
the castle.
Going to the Griffin.
We're going to go and see Brantak at the castle to collect the griffins and head off to follow in the path of Varam the White.
Where are we starting?
Harper Auto 1. Rot Harper Auto 1 is... Yeah. PQR. No, that's previous. Rot.
Oh,
Harper Report.
Oh, everything's
Harper Report 01.
Oh, I've got the circle of death trying to kill the. There we go.
Serpent Hills, yeah.
Serpent Hills, right. Where's the head of the guard? What's his name?
What, the fat guy?
Head
Of
to the
our guard.
guard.
Of your guards,
Yeah, of our
Radir.
guards, yeah. Radir. Right, Radir. Need a
Radir.
word.
Grey Deer. Yeah.
Radir, come here. Need a word.
Uh,
Right, I'm going to
Yes,
scribble
yes.
that. Right, if a vampire turns up looking for me,
vampire.
yeah, I want you to tell him that I'm in the Serpent
I
Hills.
don't think we're ready to handle vampires, Mr. Ragnar.
Oh.
Well, in that case, it's probably best that you tell him where Mr. Ragnar is, so he leaves you alone and heads off.
That's why I'm telling you. You tell him Ragnar says, if you want me, I'm in the Serpent Hills.
Right. Where in the Serpent Hills?
Where are
Or
we going?
Sky Ridge,
Sky Ridge.
if I remember. Or Sky Ridge, if I remember.
Bereskir Bridge.
Borskaya Bridge.
Boreskir
Boreskir Bridge. Boreskaya
Boreskir
Bridge.
Bridge.
Right.
That's the one.
I'll tell him that.
Yeah, I'll give him a little tap on the cheek. Don't look so worried.
Good joke, Mr. Ragnar.
No, seriously. If he turns up, tell him where to find him. Tell him where I'm going.
Okay. He goes off kind of half nervous, half laughing nervously.
You haven't got the stomach for it.
And these stories go back to the pub and tell their mates, I'm working for these crazy adventurers. The shit that I have to put up with.
He told me if a vampire comes, look for him.
Okay.
Brilliant.
So what are you doing now?
Heading to the castle.
I guess we'll gather our stuff together and head to the castle. Find
Yeah.
out.
Okay. You head to Waterdeep Castle. As you approach the castle and you move through the city, you start to feel that the more eyes are upon you, and you seem a little bit more out of place than normal as you head into the castle ward, especially in the area of the castle itself.
Oh,
People
hang on, is that... Sorry, was it... Chris had the scimitar from the dude. Has the pistol gone into the party treasure?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
It hasn't, but I can put it in. It's just a pistol.
Yeah. Oh,
Sure.
right. And,
Oh no, I thought they were poison pistols, weren't they?
no, it's
No,
poison
the
ammo.
ammo was poisoned, the pistol wasn't.
Ah, right. Okay, you can do that, can you?
Good weapon, pistol. 4 shots before you need to reload.
Is there anything
1d10
interesting
plus.
about the scimitar, Neil?
Hold on.
Sorry.
Pistol.
Hold
No,
on.
it's just a scimitar.
Chop her head off.
Oh, okay. Clean.
Oh, it's blood.
Okay. Yeah, so this is people are sort of sneering at you and looking down their noses at you a little bit as you parade through the castle ward up to the gates of the castle, where two very tall, burly guards dressed in silver and gold armour that's been polished to within an inch of its life stand at the gates. They're just looking straight ahead.
We're here to see Brantak. Hang on. Let me just, before I murder another name, let me check my notes. Yeah, Brantak. Griffin Master.
He looks down at you and then just looks straight ahead again.
I'm a Luskan. I'm tall, man. 6'1". I'll just walk in then.
The gates are shut.
Oh.
Let's show him the warrant. We're on council business.
He
Show us.
Okay, he looks down at the warrant, then nods at his companion, and who goes and opens the gates and let you in.
Using it for the right reason for a change.
Always.
Yeah, you need to see Balabranta Griffintack
Where will we find them?
at the Eyrie.
Thank you.
And he points to a building on top of a hill in the grounds.
Cool. Right. Let's make our way there.
Okay. You make your way in. There's a strange smell assails your nostrils. It's not quite like a horse stables, it's a little bit sweeter. There's a strange loud cawing noise, and you can see several people dressed in strange outfits and harnesses sort of running around and carrying different bundles and things. They're all gnomes.
I'm not going to like the next few hours, am I?
They're all gnomes.
I stop someone who's running past and say, "Where are we going to find? Where will we find Balabranta and Griffintack?"
Balabranta, she's over there. And then he kind of rushes off, carrying his load.
Go over to.
Okay,
Shoot my
you go
load.
over to an elderly gnome. She's wearing brown and green leather armour. There's the crest of Waterdeep on her chest, and she's kind of got a strange harness around her chest.
Good day to you, madam.
Yes, it's a busy day today. Can I help?
Yes, we're here on official council business. We were told that griffins would be at our disposal.
Oh, you're the investigators the Osin mentioned.
That's correct, yes. We need to get to Baruskir Bridge in the Serpent Hills.
That's right, of course. She puts her fingers in her mouth and issues a loud, piercing whistle. And within a few seconds, 4 gnomes line up in a perfect line, their backs straight, their arms stand by their side. These will be your pilots. Shanil here will be piloting Razor. Amelia Direheart will be piloting Torque. Here is Basil Backbone, and he'll be piloting Stinger. And finally we have Lipsy Lindy, who'll be piloting Rend. They'll take you to the Griffins. They will fly you to the bridge and land just outside of the town, and
Wonderful.
remain there for your return. You will also need to wear one of these, and she passes each of you a small badge which depicts the silhouette of a griffin over the shield of Waterdeep. And
Thank you.
I need to drop
Wow,
your
that's good.
Did it drop it?
Yeah,
It did.
yeah. Griffin badge of water.
Yeah, let me drop it in all your inventories.
When you fall while wearing this ring, you descend 60 feet around and take no damage.
Whoa!
It's basically a ring of feather falling.
That's brilliant.
Whoa.
Could have done with that on.
Thank you.
On
Yes, please.
on that big floating thing we crashed. That's amazing.
Nice.
Yeah, wow.
If each of you would like to approach one of the pilots, they'll take you to your griffins when you're ready to leave.
I'm
Oh,
going to
Go
lips
for the
I
second
want
one,
Talk and Amelia.
Yeah. All right, okay.
Amelia Direheart.
I'll go for the third one. Is it?
It's, Basil Backbone.
Mm-hmm.
And that which leaves Ragnar with Chanel Windcrease riding Razor. Okay, you go up the pilots introduce themselves. They bow low. They tell you not to make any sudden movements while you're by the griffins, to sit as still as you can. You'll be strapped into a harness, which will limit your movement anyway. They recommend wearing some goggles, and they provide you each with some goggles.
Oh, cool.
Put them on.
They also tell you it's going to get quite cold, so if you have any warm clothes, you might want to wear those.
No, I haven't.
Cold.
No.
Have you got any cloaks or something you could lend us?
Oh, blankets.
They may have some. They may have some clothes.
In-flight blanket.
A Tarzan blanket for my knees.
They'll be bringing the tea trolley round halfway through the flight.
Yeah, if you could spare us some warm clothing, because I'm afraid I haven't got any.
They tell you that they can find you a cloak.
Alright, grand.
Right, what am I looking for? They then lead you into the stables where the griffins are already lined up and ready. Each of them has a large saddle with which is kind of split in two. So there's a large section at the back and a smaller section at the front. Each gnome wanders up to its griffin, says something in a language you don't understand, and the griffin almost kneels and bows and puts its left wing out. The gnome hops up onto the wing and runs up to the front, smaller seat, sits down and attaches the harness that they're wearing around their chest to some hooks on the seat, and then gestures for you to climb up into the seat at the back.
Do the same, except getting in the seat at the back.
Okay. Okay. Just bear with me 1 second, guys. I just need to look something up. Okay. You all go up, you sit down there. They move slightly uncomfortably. It's not like riding on a horse where you have your legs either side and you can grip the horse. There's a bit of give, especially for Mered, in the seat, so you can slide from side to side. But there are straps that you can tie. You can tie around yourselves.
You're gonna be bruised, blistered.
I don't like this. Do we have to? It might take a bit longer if we went by all.
Well, you could always run. You could always run, Mered.
Oh, no, honey, I can't run very fast, can I? Because I've got short legs.
Okay. And the gnome looks over their shoulder at you. Here we go! And they make a strange clicking noise, and the griffins suddenly leap forwards and run out of the stables, and then leap up into the air. Your stomachs suddenly sink rapidly, as with the beat of the wings, they take off at an almost impossible angle. Can everybody make a constitution check, please?
We're gonna puke.
Oh, that's not very good. Is it?
Oh, 20.
Oh, is it a save or a check?
Check.
It's a check.
Ah, what?
Okay. And who are we waiting for? Ragnar.
Engage.
Okay.
Mine's terrible.
Okay.
Oh, I don't like it.
The griffins climb at a very steep angle, and looking back, you can see the city of Waterdeep growing smaller and smaller. The farmlands spreading out. The griffins seem to be flying at a really fast pace. The wind whistling through your hairs. Mered, you just lean over to one side, and a stream of vomit flies out behind you.
Who's behind me?
Which griffin did you say you were on? You were on
I was on Amelia.
So, Dre and Ignatius are behind you on Rendon Straith. A sudden cloud of vomit whips past you as you fly through. Right.
Mered, keep it in.
Sorry.
The gnome shouts very loudly over its shoulder through the whistling wind. We'll be flying at about 1,000 feet. If you need anything, you need to shout.
I need to get down. I don't feel very well.
Nothing we're not used to. It's not our first flying experience.
Once the griffins have gained some height, they wheel around to the east. You can see the farmlands below. You can still see some people and make out cows and stuff, but they're really tiny dots and getting smaller all the while. And then you come out into the cloud cover and everything turns misty for a moment, and then you break out above the clouds. And it's like you're flying above an ocean of cotton, the sun bearing down on you.
Realm of dragons now, brilliant.
And you start heading. I don't know if you can see me moving this on the map.
Yes, it's moving. Yeah.
Start heading south, and you look down, and you can see in the distance. You can see the rivers. You can see the trade way, which you travelled up from Baldur's Gate. What seems like an eternity ago, but was really only a month or two ago.
This is amazing.
You fly down. In the distance, Ragnar. You see Dragonspear Castle rising from their hills, and you remember the tales of the undead armies that purported to live beneath it.
Can't wait till I get my wings.
You fly over the top of Dragonspear, bear southeast, and then the griffins start to circle, and as they do, down over the Trollclaw Hills, they circle lower and lower.
This is familiar territory to us, isn't it, down here?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Kind of.
General area on the map is when we get to the ground, it won't be.
This is near to where my paladinic order were slaughtered.
Okay.
Serpent Hills.
Cheery chap, aren't you, Dre? Has to ruin the moment, doesn't it? Has to put on the parade.
As you circle down,
Last time I was here, I killed a lot of wights.
as you circle down, you can see the silver thread of the winding water, winding its way through the Trollclaw Hills, and then Bereskir Bridge peeks over the horizon. The first thing you see are the two statues that stand at either end of the bridge, two godlike warriors staring each other down, prepared to kill. Let me send you an image.
Nice.
Is this the Trollclaw place, is it? Wow.
Oh, wow. That's really cool.
Well, one's got his hand out.
Oh, that might have to be my new Windows backdrop.
Quite pretty, isn't it?
In the shadow of these warriors is a sea of tents, forming a rainbow of beige and brown canvas. Scattered among these tents are just a handful of sturdy stone or wood buildings, and judging by the pungent scent of horses, manure and campfire smoke, this settlement has existed for some time.
I don't want to live in this world anymore. I want to be an adventurer.
The griffins put you down just outside of the tent village. We'll be waiting here for you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're not back in 5 minutes. Come and rescue us.
Good flying, Basil.
You see a wooden sign labelled at the entrance of a string fence, labelled North Bridge Village. It's been staked into the ground at the edge of the settlement. You don't remember ever seeing any such village on any of the maps you've ever seen.
Right. Let's find somewhere to stay. I need to get my feet back on the ground.
Sounds like
Okay,
a plan.
Mered is a very strange colour of green.
That was wonderful, Merid.
I've just got to go and put Ben to bed. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay,
Alright.
sorry,
No worries. I've got to do the same with
Alright.
Luke in a minute.
Okay. So,
sorry about that incident earlier. If you were behind me,
yes. Well, thankfully you missed, but you might need to eat some more food.
oh, don't mention food.
Enjoy it.
Don't even go there, or I swear I will not be held.
It was a joyous experience flying like that. Right, I'm going to pop to the
Mirror
toilet.
bar, that's where
I do need to pee. Where's that? Oh, what is
Mirror
it?
bar up north, it's where Mark's from.
So yeah, it's really strange that the Harpers have got an agent in Borisky Bridge. They saw Varam the White, but apparently Varam the White defended Borisky Bridge from a hooded stranger, and the locals called Varam a hero. And then Varam was seen leading a party into the Serpent Hills, seeking a site of ancient magic.
So either he's a goodie,
Yeah,
or the town folks are all baddies.
but who is this hooded stranger? Yeah, we don't know what Varam's intentions or motivations are.
Who was the hooded stranger? Could be the ranger that keeps rocking up at our council things. He's the only person so far that we've met properly hooded.
Well, I don't remember any hoodies.
Winterhand. Dalam Winterhand.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Alright, I'm going to pop to the toilet quickly.
that's a good idea. I'm coming with you, Chris.
What's that? Sorry, where are you going?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay. So yeah, you're standing outside this tent village.
Magic.
Oh, wow. I'm just looking at screenshots of the new Baldur's Gate 3 game that's coming out.
Yeah, that's good.
Sorry, we're waiting for Dave and
Yeah.
Chris.
Oh, okay.
Divinity 2 is actually one of the best ones I've played. Yeah, that looks good.
Locals call Varam a hero, so we need to tell him that we're here to help Varam, not. What time? It's 5 PM. Okay.
Yeah, it's taken most of the day to get here.
Okay, sorry. Back in the room.
Am I going to need a new rig to run this thing?
Run what?
Baldur's Gate 3?
Probably
I
not,
don't
mate.
think so. Won't be out till the back end of. Maybe it might not be out till next year.
Everything's been delayed now because of COVID. No, they'll try and get out before Christmas because they want Christmas sales. Exactly the same with Cyberpunk as well. 27/7.
Diablo 4 is out this year as well.
Going to need another rig for 27 Cyberpunk, I think. That's going to be grindy. I wonder how they're going to tie Siri into it. That's going to be quite interesting. Because she's supposed to have gone to Cyberpunk 2077, isn't she?
Oh, cool. They're doing it like Neverwinter Nights cutscenes.
I saw that kind of one little playthrough they did of Baldur's Gate. I thought it looked quite good.
It doesn't need to be overly complicated. It just needs to be pretty. with an already proven system. It just needs to be another adventure, but they always like to add something extra in that's not been done before. And
Well, you've always got to kind of they always want to differentiate, don't they? But they also want to make it nice and easy for people that don't want to be too kind of involved, and at the same time allow people that really want to mini-max shit to do that kind of stuff.
oh yeah, fucking elitists.
Yeah,
Wow.
quite. Yeah, the nth degree. Well, it's like graphite.
Mining and maxing stats. What kind of point is playing the fucking game?
But you're not really playing the game, are you? Really, you're just being mathematical. Oh no, wrong button.
That's why I like the Divinity games. You're just not really tied to a class. You just get spells and abilities and
Just doing stuff.
mix and match. I mean, I started off with
Oh, what was it? The Divinity ones?
yeah, the lads are just tucking the kids in bed.
Did we?
Yeah. You just. I mean, I started off. I got one of my characters was like the Red Prince, and he started off as like a tank, but by the end of Act 1, he was just a fire-slinging powerhouse. It's
Do you have to
great.
give those badges back, Neil?
No,
Who are we waiting for?
Brilliant.
What are they called?
I'm waiting for Dave to get back on.
No, they're rings of the Griffin, I think, aren't they? Actually,
Badges of the Griffin.
badges of the Griffin, aren't they?
I've got it in my backpack, that's all.
No, I haven't got it in mine either. Oh, AFK set.
You had it before. Where's it gone?
I don't know.
I cannot see it.
Is everybody
There was-
back, or is Chris just gone?
Yep. No, I'm back. I'm back.
But
With a Sword Coast version of Chips. With the Griffins.
Okay. All right. So you're outside the tented city.
Right, so don't forget, we've got to remember that Varam here is seen as a hero, so we can't say we're chasing him. We're on our way to catch up with him if we're looking for directions
Okay.
to help him out, because he's
We
seen
have
as a hero.
important news from the north, maybe.
he's on his way to an important site of ancient magic, so maybe there's some folklore around the area knows of this place. Get some details. And there's also an agent of the Harpers in here who ask how to contact.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We shouldn't threaten him. I think we'll just say it's in his best interests to talk to us.
Let's try to
Well,
kind
he's
of.
headed off. He was last seen heading, leading a party into the Serpent Hills, so he won't be here now.
Right.
He's seeking a site of ancient magic, so we need to know which way he's gone so we can follow him.
We need to find the Harper first.
Okay.
Let's get the intel.
Let's go.
Let's make our way to a tavern, an inn.
Okay. You make your
Is
way
there any inn
to
at the tent city?
Northbridge Village, and it's pretty easy to find the inn. There's only one in the village called Bollow's Tentside Inn, a rough and tumble establishment which is set up in a large pavilion near the centre of the tent city.
Okay. Head in.
Okay, it's quite
Yep.
lively as you enter the inn. There's a loose band playing in one side, a huge half-orc playing drums, and some humans and half-elves playing some other instruments.
It's like Star Wars.
Canteen. Do 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 do.
Okay, walk up to the barman.
Yes, what can I get? Yeah.
Take a mead, thank you, and for my friends. Look at them.
Ale.
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 2 ales and dwarf.
The same, please.
3 ales and a mead, thank you.
Mithril Hall Ale if they do it.
Okay, 8 silver, please.
I'll hand him 8 silver. Let me mark it off.
Jesus.
All right. he goes and fetches you your drinks.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. We're here trying to find Varam, the dwarven wizard. Apparently, was
mean
this way on.
The dwarf, the one in the purple robes?
Yes. Well, I presume he was wearing purple robes last time I saw him.
You need to talk to Bollo then. She's over there.
Well,
And he points to a halfling who's sitting at a table, talking to some other
Thank
people.
you. I'll give him I'll slide an extra silver across for the.
Okay.
Thank you for your trouble.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go speak to Bollo.
Yeah, let's go over.
Okay. Bollo is presumably the person that owns the tent side in. She's a halfling in a yellow dress. She's sitting up and chatting. There's lots of laughter around the table that she's talking to. She's in her 40s probably.
Bollo.
Yes. Do I know you?
No, you don't. We're here looking for Varam.
Oh yeah.
believe
That
you,
dwarf's a hero. Make no mistake.
Yes, absolutely. I've heard of his exploits. We've got a message for him from the north. He's left the town. He's headed up into the Serpent Hills, I understand.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Do you know anyone who would know which direction he headed in? We need to try and catch up with him.
He was heading. I know he headed off to the east. He said he was. Where was he? He was looking for Tomb of Dedarius, I think he said.
Tomb of Dedarius.
You can make a history check.
Can we all make a history check?
Nope.
No.
Well, when we're all there. So, what exactly did he do here?
Well, he was. Him and his group were just passing through. They were in the tavern. And this strange hooded fellow came in and started pushing people about and and he went up to Varam and started pushing him around. The dwarf looked him straight in the eye, pulled out his dagger and stabbed him, killed him straight dead. And when they took his hood off, he was one of those scaled folk. What are they called? The Yuan-Tai.
Yuan-Tai.
Yeah, he'd come down from the hills to spy on us or something. And I'll tell you, that dwarf, he saved the town, I'm sure.
Interesting. Good old Varam. Sounds like him.
Yuan-Tai. Okay.
Oh, Bollo, could you tell me, was my sister with him? Or was it Arflin? Might look like me a bit. She had blonde hair though.
I don't remember seeing anyone that would match that description.
Oh, damn.
This Tomb of Dedarius. Do you know why it's important?
No. I've got no idea.
What's this tomb of today? So what are the legends about this tomb then?
I'd never heard of it. There might be some folk around here who have.
Oh, anybody with who's been here a while knows the local tales and folklore? Perhaps?
This town has been set up to service the roads. People pass through here all the time.
Any old timers, the old sorts.
You could have a word with Grax. Well, there's a group of knights up from Fort Tamal who are sitting in the village. They're talking to anyone who'll listen.
Let's try that.
So push cook the shove, we have griffins, so we could scan the Serpent Hills on the griffins.
Oh, they'll be in caves there, won't they? There'll be hills, but they won't be on them.
Could you tell us where we could find this Grax? Sounds an interesting chap.
Grax? Yeah, he's over there. She points to the half-orc playing the drums.
Oh,
that's his band, the Grax
Well,
Roots.
The Grax Roots.
Grax Roots.
Oh my god.
Does he play blues? Does he?
Grax Root Blues. Thanks. Bono. What order are these knights with? It's not one of these preaching types, is it?
They've come up from Fort Tamal, so I guess they're from Elturel originally. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Fort Tamal.
Well, that's a long way away.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much for your help. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with Varam.
Yeah,
Really
pass
good
on our
work.
thanks to him again if you do. We don't want them pesky serpent folk sniffing round here.
Absolutely.
Where's Tamal?
Thank you, Barrett.
Okay, should we?
Let's wait until Grax has finished his donation.
Why not?
Set. Yeah.
Okay, you
Enjoy
sit
our
and
drinks.
you sit and have a couple of drinks, listen to the set. Things get a little bit more raucous as the evening goes on, and eventually they stop for a break. And Grax heads over to the. You see him heading over to the bar.
Oh, I'll head over to the bar.
Well, yeah. All right.
And fine, that was a fine performance, my friend. What can I buy you?
Oh,
Down here. I'm down here.
I can see. I'm not blind. I'll have a firewater, please.
Right, what? Firewater for this fine, upstanding musician. And I'll have another ale, thanks. Oh, it really was amazing. The way you played that last number, I haven't seen the likes of that for years. You from round?
Yeah.
Are you from round here? Are you or?
No, we travel up the road between Daggerford. Maybe head down to Elturel sometimes, wherever they're willing to pay for us.
Oh, you know the area quite well. You played in a few places round here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, perhaps you could help me then if you know the area. Have you ever heard of a place called? You see, me and my friends were kind of, well, sort of adventurers, and we're just stopping here a rest. Somebody mentioned there was a tomb round here. We thought maybe we'd take a look to Darius, something like that.
He stops.
Somebody's-
and thinks.
Tomb of Darius.
I've heard of Darius. Didn't know he had a tomb.
Oh, well, who's this Darius bloke then?
Some kind of mage, I think.
Mage, blimey. What is it in old? Is he in old? Is it like Tales from Yesteryear? Is it or?
Yeah, he was. He was. He was a seeker of knowledge. There was some tale about him going to find some ancient pool that would give you knowledge of the future or something.
Sure. Do you know where this tomb might be?
I
It's
don't
one
know.
of my
I didn't
friends.
even know he had a tomb.
No, the pool. Where are they?
No, it's
the
just a
pool's thought to
story.
Well, from little stories, you know, you never know what you might find. Hopefully, treasure. You know what I mean?
Thank you for your help. Okay, well,
Oh,
we know where he's gone to. He's gone to the Serpent Hills,
yeah.
so he thinks it's there.
He's headed to the east of the Serpent Hills.
Jara and that's where the young tin are, isn't it? Right, I'm gonna go and let's go speak to the knights, shall we?
Yeah, it might not be a good
don't
time.
know where
to
they
speak
are.
to them. Maybe in the morning. It's not that late.
It's only 7:00.
Yeah, true. Well, anyway, thanks very much. Really enjoyed the music.
Yeah, we'll stick around. We've got some more to play yet.
Oh, might do that.
We may be back. All right, let's go and find the knights of Fort Dumal, sorry.
By the way, have you met my mate Ragnar? He hates orcs.
Ah,
No.
let's not do that.
Got one working for us.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, he's good. Good lad. See? Racism. We're breaking it
Punch you in
down.
the face.
One half orc at a time. Yeah, let's go and try and find these knights now, if that's right.
Okay, you wander out of the tent. They're pretty easy to find. There's a group of them right in the centre of the village, and they're striking up a conversation with anyone who'll listen. There's a young
What are they like?
human woman there, an old dwarf, and an elf.
What, they're like preachers or something?
They are religious knights. Yeah, they're kind of like paladins.
Paladins. All right, let's walk up.
Okay.
Hello, brothers.
The woman looks up at you. Hello.
I'm looking for some information.
You come to the right place for information.
What do you know of Daedarius or the Tomb of Daedarius?
Absolutely nothing. Never heard of it.
Okay,
Why are you asking?
because I'm interested in it. What about Faram?
Yeah, he's the dwarf who saved the village from a horde of ravaging Yuan-Tai, isn't he?
Well, he stabbed one in a pub. I wouldn't go that far.
That's not what I heard.
But did you witness it?
No.
Do you? Oh, excuse me, miss. Sorry, holy sister. Do you know anybody you would know about this? Where the Darius or his tomb would be?
Never heard of it.
I've never heard of him.
I want to make an insight check to see whether
Okay.
she's lying her tits off.
Oh.
Damn it.
She doesn't seem to be.
Mm-hmm.
So what are knights of Fort Dumal doing here?
Fort Tamal. Just out on the road, keeping the road safe, talking to people. You know, it's dangerous times. There's two yesterday. We saw two huge black dragons flying to the southeast over here.
Whoa.
Southeast.
Hmm.
Shouldn't they be flying north?
Why
Oh,
would
no.
that be?
There's the well of dragons down there. Can you not see it? Just to the right on the map.
Yeah, I know, but if they blew the horn to call all the dragons, shouldn't they be flying north?
No, because they're all going to the well of dragons, aren't they? To summon Tiamat.
Oh, are they? Sorry,
Mm.
south then.
Perhaps you should say. Perhaps you should say. Got that conversation for more private time. Have you? Does your company employ any scouts, or are there any rangers or guides around that maybe?
You might find
We
some
could-
in the village. We don't know.
Oh right. Okay. Have you got any idea where we could find any? Just
In the village.
somewhere in
Maybe.
the village.
We're just passing through. We don't live here.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you for your help.
Vampire spawn!
It's just like,
Ultra paranoid
everything's a
now.
vampire.
Beheads this paladin.
Oh, that's not
Just passing through, eh? That old one.
two black dragons.
Hmm.
Where did the other one come from?
Well, there's more.
They were flying together.
Oh, I suppose so.
They were in love.
Yeah, sorry. There's not. Yeah, you're right. There's not just one dragon of each colour, is there?
No. Well, don't know.
I mean, they're not overly common, but
Hmm. So do we take the griffins or do we head out on foot?
Or do we go and try and do the ice one rather than this? Because it seems like we're getting
We
close
need
to
to
dragons.
find out where this tomb is, because Varim was heading there, and so far we're drawing a
Yes.
blank on it.
Yeah,
well,
I think
we need someone that's been here a long time, and we're not going to find them in an encampment, a maintenance encampment. We need to find a town, perhaps I think if we head towards the Serpent Hills on the Griffins, and if we see a town near the Serpent Hills, we have a little stop off, go in there, have a little, see if we can find someone that might know a bit more local knowledge. And
but we're in dark areas here. I mean, the Forest of the Worms. It's the worm speakers.
well, a dwarf in blue,
Serpents.
wizard in blue robes passing through any village on that road towards the Serpent Hills, he'll have stopped at a tavern, so we can then confirm that we're on the right track. And he has Serpent Hills.
So ain't no roads, just rivers. Yeah, we'll find it. See if we can find a scout who's maybe employee as a guide who might know some of the local knowledge. So far, we've just asked some transient knights and a drummer. So maybe we can get some more info for.
Yeah, let's ask around, see if we can find a guide or someone.
Well, yeah, I think we just get back on the Griffins and go to Serpent Hills.
Okay, we'll see you back at the Griffins.
Massive.
I'm going to start heading, walking around the tent town.
Yeah,
Okay.
good idea.
What are you
Excuse
looking
me,
for?
do you know where we could?
There's
Do you know
lots
where
of
we could speak to a guide, a scout?
Who are you asking?
I'll stick with the party.
Anybody who's nearby? Military men, maybe.
I don't know. Sorry.
I'll just continue asking, walking around, asking military men or.
Okay, I mean, most of the people there are merchants or travellers on the road. There's a few stalls have been set up.
If you try merchants, they tend to be a bit knowledgeable.
Especially if the tomb's a place to steer clear of.
Go for it.
Any merchants that sell unusual trinkets or anything like that that may have heard of legends and myths? I don't know.
You look around, make a perception check.
Oh my!
There's someone who has a table laid out who is selling scrolls.
Ooh.
And you find another merchant selling potions. That's about the closest. There's no trinkets as such.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it was just someone that looked wise with knowledge, maybe, you know. Just okay, we'll go over.
But let's have a look at the potions.
Yeah, we're going. We're not shopping.
Always shopping.
We've done shopping. We're investigating.
Well, no, if they got some more potions.
I'm gonna have I'm strong scrolls. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to the pub.
I head over to the potion merchant.
Okay.
Yep.
Evening.
Yeah, there's a tall tiefling, male tiefling with red skin and two ivory white horns.
Good looking.
Even taller than Dre is.
Good afternoon.
Extremely impressive horns you've got there, sir, if I might say so myself. A great example.
What do you want?
What potion? Suddenly, this spiky ball of death launches itself.
He talks like one.
Potions, sir. Potions. Understanding, I can see you're selling potions, sir.
Yes.
What have you got? Sorry, what have you got?
I want to bite you.
I have several different sorts of potions. Is there anything in particular you are after?
He's looking for something so he can get it up because he fancies this gnome.
Kind of, yeah, blue. I don't know. What's your best potion?
For you, sir, I have I have some oil of slipperiness.
What does that do? That sounds intriguing.
I have a filter that will is certain to make to make the ladies attracted to you.
Oh, but mate, you're reading my mind. How much is
And
that oil?
I know what I have that you might be interested in. Yes, I know. Yes, this potion. He fetches out a potion. It's very viscous. It's clear, and it's got a tiny little red bead in the middle of it, just floating in the middle of it. And the bead keeps expanding and then shrinking. Yes, you take this, you will be as big as me.
What does that slippery stuff do?
It makes it very hard. Well, if you pour it on the ground, it will make the ground very, very slippy. It is very good for jokes.
Mate.
Or you can cover a person in it, and it is like trying to grapple an oiled pig. Very,
I like
very
the
difficult, let me tell you. I have tried many times.
I like the idea of a joke or two. How much of that oil of slippery dipperiness?
That would be 175 gold pieces.
Damn, you wouldn't take 160, would you?
We can buy it from the party sheet.
I think you are right. You do like a joke, my friend. Make a persuasion roll.
Okay. No. Yes.
But in your case, yes, I can do 160.
Okay. Alright, 160 is that? I'll dip into the party sheet.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Trey says it's fine.
Brother, can I have a look at that
Okay.
other
So he
potion with
passes you
the
the oil of slipperiness, which is.
is it male or female? I thought it was female. Male, sorry.
Oh, hold on. Why have I?
Flask of oil.
Did that go in your? Can't see it.
I've got a flask of oil.
Yeah, but you had those anyway. Oh, flask of oil.
What?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
not been identified. There you go.
Can I have a look at this? Your other potion with the red dot in it.
Ah, yes. You do not need to be made any bigger, my friend.
No, but I could be made bigger than I currently am.
Yes,
this.
but what purpose would that serve? You would bump your head.
He likes to try and intimidate people.
Yes, it may help with that, unless you bump your head.
But I imagine all other attributes are increased in the same way. How much for this potion?
This would be 175 gold pieces.
Can I try and negotiate as well with a persuasion? I reckon.
What are you going to say to him?
100. Was it 179? Did he say?
175, he said.
I think more 125. Okay.
I think I think you should use the potion on your offer and make it grow some more.
He's very good, he is. You are a good seller, mate. I like this.
Give you 150.
You can make a persuasion at that. It's going to be quite a high DC. But...
Oh.
No, I am sorry, my friend. This is a very rare and precious gift.
I think we should buy it anyway. So is everyone okay with me buying this potion for 150?
175.
Yes.
Sorry, 175.
Nice try.
Nearly.
Damn it. I just think if we give Ragnar this at some point, it increases his strength by 25%.
Turn him into a massive killing wall.
Basically, it's exactly what I'm thinking.
Well,
Yeah.
my armor does, magic armor does fit the user, so it will grow with me. So
Yeah, I think that's a good.
Okay,
Grab your ankles and
who's
roll
having
them
the
down
Yeah,
potion?
we'll
Who
buy
am I
it for
trying? Let's see.
Give it to Ragnar. Yeah, because I think.
potion.
What
Oh,
is
the
it?
ultimate potion of enlargement.
Oh yeah, I have a fist fight with a giant.
You've done that already, haven't you? No.
There you go.
Yeah.
Comes up against the dragon and just grabs his neck in his hand and starts
Grapples him.
around.
It's like some Japanese fucking Godzilla film.
Yeah.
Mothra. So yeah, what was it then? Was it just enlargement? Was it?
Potion of growth.
What does it do, Rich?
Hey, makes you bigger.
Okay. I don't know what the stats are and stuff. Cool.
I don't know. I would imagine it would increase your strength slightly, maybe your constitution.
Can we have a look at the scrolls?
That's a different
Hey, go-
store. But you
Hey,
can,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Can I go across to the other store? And have a look at them?
Before we go,
Thank you, bro.
excuse me, Mister Fine Potion Vendor.
My name is Babadon.
Excuse me, Mr. Babadon, sir. You move around these parts. You sell in the local area, I guess.
Yes, of
Do you know-
course.
Have you ever heard of a place called the Tomb of Darius?
I cannot say that I have. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind. Thank you anyway.
Are there any towns near the Serpent Hills? Do you know of?
Make a history roll.
I was asking the merchant as well. So.
No, there are no towns in the Serpent Hills. It is a wilderness.
So nothing north of the forest rims.
The place is overrun with Yantin and undead.
There is the realm of Najara, but you would not go there. That is where the serpent people live.
Right. Okay.
The same serpent people that ate my parents. Were going to eat me.
That is most unfortunate, my friend. My commiserations.
They're dead now. My parents and the serpents.
Yes, eating them would do that.
Anyway. Let's check out this shop.
That's a tale for another day.
Sorry.
Glad I've got this serpent knife. It'll be handy for when I slash my wrists.
Oh, that's harsh.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Pleasure doing business with you.
Yeah, should we see what the scrolls have got to offer, and then
Why
make
not?
a move?
Damn, we're not finding anything. It's got to be in the Serpent Najara place, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'll go schizo down there, man.
Cool. Okay, make our way over to
parents in front of me. You know, it's gonna make an impression.
we'll make our way over to these vendor of scrolls.
Okay, yeah, there's a young man there. He's wearing the symbol of Torm. It's etched into all of his clothes, but down the right-hand side of his face, seared in, is a brand of the Mark of Baal, the god of murder.
Whoa.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hello?
We're just here to browse your wares.
Oh, yes. Anything in particular you are looking for?
Magical scrolls?
Yes, I have some of those.
Oh. What kind of scrolls are you selling? A good man.
I have many scrolls here. What are you looking for in particular?
Scroll of haste.
That'd be brilliant.
Your joke goes straight over his head. He says, "Oh yes, I think I have one of those."
He has one of those, doesn't he?
Yes.
How much?
Would you like to buy it? Sorry, I don't know why I've gone all Russian again. Yes. Would you like to buy it?
What is the price?
200 gold pieces.
150.
No, I said 200.
175.
Make a persuasion check.
Sorry, he does this all the time. Not working.
No, these scrolls take a lot of time to prepare.
I agree.
Only the best
Here.
quality parchment is used for them.
I apologise. Here, please take 200.
Oh, thank you. Is that coming out the party funds, is it?
Yeah. Who should we give that to? Who's the best one for a haste?
Who's I guess the sorcerer's the only one who's got access to the haste spell.
Oh, yeah, I don't.
I don't think it's any good to me. I don't think I can use
No.
it.
No.
It can be cast upon you, can't it? But yeah, we can.
Yeah, you can cast it from the scroll. But when
Oh,
if you cast it from a scroll, it's a single shot. If you're a wizard, you can transcribe it into your spellbook.
But I think you might need to have access to the spell or make a test to use it.
Oh yeah, like the which I had.
Yes, that's
'Cause
right.
Yeah. 'cause
No,
I-
you just
scroll
have
it
to put it on your hotbar.
It's F2, isn't it?
Yeah, the spell has to be on your class's spell list to be able to read the scroll. It can be of a higher level than you can normally cast, though.
Do you have any other scrolls of notes, scrolls of armor or power?
I don't think what would be useful if we came up against a dragon.
Scroll of teleport.
Scroll. I was just about to say that.
Scroll of run like
teleportation.
fuck. Yeah, we'll take the haste scroll. Make it 4.
Or hold creature. Do you have anything like that?
You ain't holding a dragon with its magic resistance, mate.
I have
well,
I have a
never
spell to hold a person.
No, that is. I had that. That never works.
Nothing that springs to mind. Anything springs to mind?
Who's having the scroll of haste?
I think
It's just got to be Ignatius. Yeah. Otherwise, none of us can use it.
Can I use it?
Don't know.
I'll have a look.
I'm just buying up scrolls. Any old scrolls.
Well, it's just money, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, I agree that. We need
Got
to-
enough money at home. We need to.
What's a
arm
really?
ourselves up.
Have you got any really high level ice spells?
Sorcerers can use haste.
Nice.
Have you got any really high level ice spells? Like Armageddon?
Ice. No, I have a spell of sleet storm.
Sleet storm.
Have a look at that. Bad boy.
Do you have any warlock spells? Scrolls?
I'm gonna be packed to the brim full of them.
Well, I think we're gonna have
Without
to
going through every single one, I can't tell you which one's a warlock.
Sorry, mate.
That's scroll of acid resistance. Protection from the elements, maybe.
Or maybe
Yes.
scrolls of proof against poison if we, just if we bump into any more of these snake people.
Do you have any scrolls to protect against cold?
I do not, I'm afraid. I have a scroll to protect against poison.
I don't need it. I've got poison resistance. Right. Anyway, on to. Have you heard of what's the name of the tomb?
Oh, the Tomb of Didarius.
Didarius. Yeah. Have you heard of the legend of the tomb of Didarius? Or...
I have.
Oh, you have. I'll chuck him 5 gold. So, would you care to tell the tale?
It's the tales say that it is an ancient tomb built to the memory of the great mage Didarius, a scholar who sought power and knowledge and wisdom above all else.
Oh yes.
Do you know where it is?
It's rumoured to be somewhere in the Serpent Hills, but I don't know where, if it even exists.
Thank you. How much for the poison scroll?
200 gold.
So he basically told us what we already know.
Yeah.
Gold back.
150. It's 25%.
I'm just going to start walking off to the Griffins.
Uh,
I'm getting on the Griffin, boys. I'm out of
I
here.
cannot drop that low, I'm afraid.
175.
Make a persuasion check.
Come on.
Fine, yes. I'll give you the. Which one was it you wanted?
Poison and the defense from poison. Yeah.
Protection from poison.
Protection from poison. Sorry. Yeah. So we've got the one that grows. We've got
Who's
the
going to have
potion
the
that
protection
grows.
from poison scroll?
I think I should. Let me. It depends what kind of spell it is, isn't it? Because if it's a cleric one, then
Yeah. Give it to Merid.
I'm just
I'll
guessing.
keep Ragnar company.
Yeah, protection for poison is level 2 cleric.
Perfect.
Yeah, if it's poison, yeah. It neutralizes it. Lovely.
Right.
Did that drop into your inventory? I can't see it.
Just,
I think we'll go.
no.
Oh,
I think
elegant
we'll go
scroll.
for,
There you go.
I think we'll
Okay,
get more information out of the Serpent people.
Yeah. No. It's time to shift off.
Who?
Can I just pop-
How long ago was this Darius alive?
Oh, I don't know. The tales are many years old, though.
Really? Who would have built the tomb then? To honour this great Darius?
I do not know.
A rather old. An old tomb in the Serpent Hills, built by who knows.
Why do you ask?
Let's just say we like to go on adventures. It taps the size of my nose.
Right. I would steer clear of the Tomb of Darius if it exists.
Why is that?
There's only one reason anyone would go there based on the tales, but it's supposed to be surrounded by magical traps, and the hills are alive with the serpent folk.
Oh, Lord.
Do you have any scrolls of magical trap detection?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, Lord.
The only reason anyone would go there would be to drink from the pool of Darius, the divination pool.
Oh, what does it do?
It shows you things. If this is a story you understand, a fairy tale, but it shows you things.
Divine.
Well, I've got to go there, okay.
Divines your future, or some such magic, I imagine. Well, it's a very, if it's true, whoa, that'd be very powerful.
Or it could show you the hell of the future.
You got to excuse him. He always sees the bad side of things. Stop telling you about his parents next. Oh, you don't want to listen to that tale. He was slit your wrist.
That's the hell of the past.
Well, thank you for shedding some light on it. Not many people seem to know anything about it, but you've
It's a
proved
story.
yourself. Well, you proved yourself more knowledgeable than the rest of them. So thank you very much for that.
He nods at you.
Right. Where's Ragnar run off to? He's going to the Griffins.
That's brilliant, Rich. Yeah, come on, let's. I think it's time to fly.
Okay.
They'll have us.
It's
Do you want to go to the toilet first, Merid?
it's very dark. Where are you going to be flying to?
Oh yeah, we can't fly now, can we?
Yeah, right. We'll just go out, have a quick word with them, and say tie them up for the night. And we'll set off first thing in the morning,
Fair enough.
Not a good idea.
and we'll scan this. We're heading to the Serpent Hills. So.
Okay, so you head back into the village. You find somewhere to bed down for the night.
Gonna keep one eye open.
Yeah,
so to speak.
especially if
Yeah.
Definitely, because
Okay.
we're expecting a visit from a certain vampire.
Well, we'll have to do shifts, won't we? We'll have
Love the paranoia.
and the snake people,
to. They do seem to follow you around, and yeah, the Yountain. Oh, yeah, for God's sake.
and the cult of the dragon, and
And those two big black dragons flying over.
and
Yeah,
the
we've got a lot of enemies.
We do seem to be racking them up.
and that reporter that did the job on Ignatius. He might-
And that elf in the jewellery shop.
Oh
Oh,
God! And that tattooist.
No, I was going to say not the tattooist. He's scared shitless still.
Drow assassins. The list goes on.
Okay, so you settle down for
Ignatius'
the
sister.
evening. The
Sorry
evening
about that.
passes without much happening. It's quite a lively place though, and it never really gets fully quiet. So it takes you a little longer than normal to get to sleep. But you do say. There are plenty of guards wandering through from the caravans and so on. There's the group of Knights of Torm and so on. So you feel relatively safe. And you wake bright and early the next morning.
To the Griffin Mobile. After breakfast, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you purchase some breakfast and you head out to your griffins, and the
That's mushroom
gnomes are
sandwich.
there waiting for you. They're finishing off their breakfast.
Yeah, we're going to need to fly so we can see some shit over the. We're looking for traces of encampments and stuff.
We need to do a recce first.
Can you talk to the griffins? Because griffins have good eyesight, don't they? Can they talk to the griffins and tell the griffins what we're looking for?
We can tell them to fly at a certain height, but we can't tell them exactly. We can give them instructions, like you give a horse instructions.
Ah, okay. Well, okay, we'll just have a good day flying. Well,
It's not a two-way
we'll
communication.
spend the morning, if it's okay with the griffins, just flying over the Serpent Hills and scouting, flying low. And
Okay. You get back onto the griffins, they bow to you and lower their wings.
Hello,
You climb
Talkie.
back on. Some more nervously than others. And then with a lurch, you feel your breakfast shift in your bellies as they take to the sky. Everyone make a constitution check. Merit make it at disadvantage.
I'm going to when I, as long as it's not too late. It's,
Woo, somersaults and loop-the-loops. Let's go.
I got 20 on mine last time.
I bow my head and silently mutter a prayer to Matt to to try and keep hold of my breakfast and do the guidance
Okay.
cantrip.
And yeah, okay. Roll with the disadvantage.
Oh yeah, so it's 18 or
I thought it was a one then.
Before-
Like a one.
Okay.
15.
So you feel your stomach lurch, Merit, and you feel that burning sensation in your throat, and then that horrible acidic taste as you vomit into your mouth, but you manage to hold it in and swallow it back down, completely
sir.
ruining the taste of your breakfast from the morning.
It's a small wins, eh, Neil? Small wins.
I'll pass.
I've got to take what I can.
Remember that time you didn't puke on a griffin?
At least that wasn't the lowest roll.
You take off over the Serpent Hills. Just a second. Flying maybe 50 feet above the ground. The weather's good. And you fly over a swathe of badlands, mesas, and rocky plateaus sprinkled with trees and tall grass. Everybody make a perception check, please.
Neil, do I recognise any of this? Because I've been here before. This is where I met my patron.
All the dwarfs have formed today.
No, you don't. It all looks pretty much the same.
This is where my
Okay.
This is my vocation, Griffin pilot.
You've been flying for maybe 4 or 5 hours when Ragnar sees something in the distance. He directs the gnome, shouts at the gnome, and the griffin wheels round and you start heading towards it. And you can see that as you get closer, what was once a large paved plaza. The remains of a broken fountain, little more than a stone circle set around a crumbling hole in the ground. But set into a cliff above the plaza, a huge carved edifice, almost like the frontage of a city, has been hacked by unknown giant hands, 40 foot high into the cliffside, dominated by relief columns carved with strange otherworldly scenes.
Can I do a Brian Blessed? Dive!
Dive, my warriors!
You circle round, the griffins set you down a few hundred yards away, and we will leave it there for this evening.